There's so much discontent in us, and this discontent is now spreading into this unsustainable environment that we're all part of. As of 2023, we are no longer in global warming. We're already in global boiling. Keeping that in mind, at our university, we have, and as the journey goes, are going to take much more steps to create a more sustainable future forward. What is sustainability? There are various definitions of that. Classical natural sciences speaks about sustainability in a way where we make sure that the limited resource we have are accessible to the next generation for the next time to access. But many scientists, even including me, we feel this definition is not enough because nature and its fruits, be it through animals, be it through the environment itself, is more than only our things to utilize. There is some intrinsic value to it that we often forget. And that intrinsic value, nothing else explores more than art. As I've often discussed before, art is part of two forms of communication. Human beings have primarily intra-communication and intercommunication, that communication which is happening among people and which is happening within an individual. Art is such a language which helps us to document that kind of sensation, that kind of meaning making, which goes beyond verbal communication. When you look at the moon, can you truly, at the heart of your heart, express what you feel just in verbal communication? Same for a flower, same for a hug of your friend. These emotions, these expressions can only truly be expressed through art. That is why photography, as being one of the expressions of art, plays such a vital part. So today, representing this group, representing also the Center for Climate Sustainability and Transdisciplinary Research, I would like to really pay all my tribute. I would like to pay all my thanks for the organizers to actually organize this event and remind us, like Dostoevsky said, beauty will save the world. Thank you.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries, esteemed colleagues, dear students, and honored guests. Today, I, Ranjit Bhumik, from the Department of Nutrition, stand here as a member of Institution Innovation Council of Sister Nivedita University. If you ask me what is Institution Innovation Council, what is IIC? It serves as a dedicated campus hub to nurture a culture of innovation, creativity, entrepreneurship, and startup support among students and faculties. As an environmental science teacher for the first and second semester students of our university, the theme of today's event, that is protecting environment and wildlife conservation, is a very close theme to my heart. We all want to grow as an individual, as a society, as a nation. Progress brings industries, infrastructures, new technology, jobs. However, if this growth happens without thinking about nature, then the results can be disastrous. Because of the first industrial growth, deforestation, pollution, and the overuse of natural resources, our planet is facing severe problems. We are dealing with climate change, global warming, water scarcity, loss of wildlife, and poor, very poor air quality. Our forests are disappearing. Our rivers are polluted. The entire ecosystem is under threat. Recently, several events in India have highlighted this clash between development and nature. For example, the protest cutting down trees near the University of Hyderabad, the environmental concerns over the Great Nicobar project, cutting down of the ongoing threats to Aravalli Hills. These events clearly show how unplanned modernization can damage our most sensitive natural areas. This is why the idea of sustainable development is more important today than ever. Sustainable development means meeting our needs today without ruining the chances of our future generations to meet theirs. Growth must work with nature, not against it. We need industries, but they must follow environmental rules. We need cities, but they must protect green spaces. They must manage their waste properly. To understand the seriousness of this situation, we can look at a warning from the famous physicist Stephen Hawking. He once stated that humanity might need to find a way to live on another planet within 100 years. That means we have to find another planet within 100 years to survive. I often tell my students that protecting environment is not a one-day job. It is not a one-day social media campaign. On days like World Environment Day, there are local leaders, there are people who just water a sampling or plant a sampling and do the social media advertisement stunt. But planting a tree is important, but taking care of that tree throughout the whole year is more important. Small daily actions like saving water, saving electricity, reducing plastic waste, recycling, talking to others about these issues can create a massive positive impact. As a responsible citizen, we must remember the famous saying, পৃথিবী আমাদের পূর্বপুরুষের রেখে যাওয়া সম্পত্তি না, এটা আমাদের ফিউচার জেনারেশন থেকে ধার নেওয়া। সুতরাং এই পৃথিবীকে রক্ষা করা আমাদের নৈতিক দায়িত্ব হওয়া উচিত। Let us all promise today to work together for a greener, cleaner, and more sustainable future. In the upcoming sessions, our honored guests and speakers will shed more light on these critical issues. Thank you very much, and I wish you a happy World Environment Day in advance. Now, I would like to welcome our guest for our next session, that is Mr. Krishnendu Bandyopadhyay, journalist, Times of India. Mr. Krishnendu Bandyopadhyay is a seasoned journalist with over 2 decades of experience in mainstream print media. Since joining the Times of India in 1999, he has been a voice in regional reportage, currently serving as the environment editor for Kolkata Bureau. A career spanning 27 years, Mr. Bandyopadhyay has navigated a diverse area of crucial beats. Today, his editorial work focuses heavily on the intersection of climate change, regional environmental policy, and the conservation of fragile ecosystems like Sundarbans, making complex ecological shifts accessible to everyday reader. Mr. Bandyopadhyay, please come on stage. I would like to call our IIC volunteers for the felicitation. And I would like to call Mr. President of SNU IIC, Honorable and also Honorable Dean Ramaranjan sir, please come on stage and felicitate our guest, Mr. Krishnendu Bandyopadhyay. Please be seated. Next, I would like to call on stage Dr. Jayanta Basu, environment and climate journalist, academic, and United Nations accredited expert. Dr. Jayanta Basu is a distinguished environment and climate journalist, columnist, academic, and United Nations accredited expert based in Kolkata. He is associated with the Telegraph and ABP Private Limited, regularly contributes to several national and international publications on issues related to climate change, biodiversity, sustainability, and environmental governance. In addition to print and digital media, Dr. Basu is familiar voice and face in audiovisual media, frequently participating in discussions and analysis on climate and environmental issues. He is also a faculty member at the University of Calcutta, where he engaged with students and researchers on contemporary environmental concerns. For his significant contribution to environmental journalism and conservation awareness, Dr. Basu was honored with prestigious Paryavaran Sangrakshak Samman 2020. I would like to call our dear Mala Madam to felicitate Ms. Dr. Basu. Dr. Mala Mitro is a Dean of Science and Technology of our university and acting Pro VC academics. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Dr. Basu. Now, we would like to start our workshop on media coverage of environment and climate issue. Thank you all.
Hello.
Very good morning to all of you. We have kind of transgressed from morning to afternoon now. On the outset, on behalf of myself and my colleague, Krishnendu, I would like to thank SNU for inviting us here, for inviting the Plurals, which is a very specific environment and climate and development media platform, web media platform, for inviting them to be part of it. The way we have planned it is that we are going to divide the whole discourse into two distinct parts. Krishnendu and I, both of us have been kind of, though we contribute in, I would say, kind of different media, and the two major environment media or two major newspapers in West Bengal. Krishnendu in Times of India and I in Telegraph. But the point is that just like the pace bowlers work in tandem, or they always perform well in tandem, we also work in tandem a lot. We often kind of discuss issues which need to be focused and kind of taken forward. And I still remember that another colleague of mine, Vishwamohan is also from Times of India. He's the national editor of environment in Times of India. And often when we used to travel outside India to cover the global media, global environment and climatic meetings, it's amazing. Sometimes the ministers do ask me that you guys are kind of, you are competing with each other, but often it happened like that I and Vishwa stayed in the same room, just like I and Krishnendu stayed in the same room many times outside Kolkata, outside India, or whatever, and share notes. That's very important. I'm saying this because I think a lot of media students are here, and often we have a perception that we keep on fighting among ourselves. We don't, because this is the era where you need to learn and unlearn from each other. So that's very important. Now, Krishnendu was supposed to stay longer, but because you know that the political upheavals are happening in West Bengal at this point of time, and Krishnendu also covers assembly, so he has to rush to assembly. Thankfully, I don't have to. And so what we're going to do now for about 10-15 minutes before I make up presentations on the climate journalism per se, is that basically having a dialogue and share. I think a lot of journalist students are here. How we go about our job. That's not how we go about our job. When we tackle an issue, how we go about it. So let us start from this point of view that I think let us start from air pollution. Air pollution is to environment journalists is like the Shah Rukh Khans and Ranveer Kapoors are to the entertainment journalist. So air pollution is our bread and butter issue, especially in the city of Calcutta, which is one of the most polluted, not only in the country, but globally as well. So Krishnendu, let us start from this point that you and me are covering air pollution for a long time. How you feel about it? How the whole thing started and how you think the whole thing have developed over the years?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. It's pleasure being here. And to answer Joyantoda's question, let me tell you a few interesting things that air pollution, of course, is very important for us. But me and Joyantoda often wonder why air pollution stories are not being read as much as COVID stories were being read in COVID days. I was going through a couple of papers where the mortality rates, even during the COVID days, mortality rate because of air pollution was much higher than COVID victims. But somehow the amount of interest and amount of interest COVID generated was somehow missing for air pollution stories. So that was an enigma to me. Perhaps we have some limitations in conveying our stories to common readers. But that is a question to you as well. where are we lacking, and how we can make them more impactful for readers?
Absolutely. I think you have nailed it. In fact, those of, I think a lot of students are in front of us, and I hope that many of them will end up as journalists and maybe in the sector of environment and climate journalism. Before I respond to what we are discussing, I was just kind of thinking about that the stature of environment and climate journalism globally now. Maybe 10 years down the line, Krishnendu, you could have found hardly few globally the main journalists covering environment and climate change. Uh, I remember about a year and a half back, Shomni Shengupta from New York Times. Shomni is a extremely well-known journalist. She covers war. So you can jolly well understand when somebody covers war, it means she or he has to be the kind of a forefront of it. So one day Shomni called me. I didn't know her at that point of time. She was referred to me by somebody else. She said that, Jayanto, I'm Shomni and I cover in New York Times. So I've been referred by X and X to you. I would like to cover the Kolkata's climate change. So I said, but you cover what I know? Oh, yes. But now my office has told me that you have two briefs. One is war and one is the climate war. So Shamni came to Kolkata and then she sat with me. We traveled a lot, and then she did a story in New York Times, which was all over the world. And she said that the story was heading, I could not clearly remember, but that what is meant is that my city, my original city, is a climate casualty. It needs not to be. So where did Kolkata make mistake? And all these kind of issues she could. So now, if you when we go to cover the global climate meetings, there's about 5,000 to 7,000 journalists minimum, if not more, covering an event. Seldom in any political event you get more people like that than that. And you can find all the big media houses, be it BBC, Reuters, Columbia, and all of them are around. So climate and environment journalism has gone to a different notch now. Unfortunately, in India, it has to reach that level. But just what Krishnendu said, that really it should have been given much more emphasis. Boroshipda is there, a very senior journalist. Boroshipda and I started a audiovisual program in Doordarshan, I think, quite some time back. It's called Desh Poribesh. It was very popular, but we could do it for 3 years or likewise. So, very important, Krishnendu, what you just mentioned, that, let me also share with you, I think Krishnendu is also here, that we are now doing something, setting up something called, or we have set up something called West Bengal Environment Journalist Platform. So idea is basically to have the people like you who are looking at the future and kind of perhaps handhold them. We need to also learn from you because you have new ideas. So how we go forward covering this climate change. So that's very important. And health is absolutely important. I personally feel that the failure, that why environment journalism did not go beyond a point in a country like India, in a state like West Bengal, because we could not link health to the air pollution, health to the climate change. As he mentioned, when COVID was happening, you didn't aware anybody, you didn't need to aware anybody, because people were dying and they saw everyday paper. So very important to link health with that. So health is one of the game changer link of coverage. So that's, I think, for the initiation. Let us have a quick another 5-10 minutes. But Krishnan, any particular story? I'll share a couple of mine. But any particular story where you really feel good, because we do 3 or 4 stories every week. So if you look a span of 15-20 years, you can jolly well understand how many stories we have done. But all the stories are not the same stories. There are some stories which are closer to our heart. So anything of that sort, what the stories immediately comes into your mind, you felt great doing it?
Yeah, actually, as we are talking about air pollution, we in our house we had some great tragedies. My editor died of lung cancer. My colleague who never touched alcohol, cigarette, was a vegetarian, died of lung cancer.
And one of my editors also died of lung cancer.
So, so while doing a follow-up story after couple of dates, uh, I found that air pollution was solely responsible for their death because both of them were non-smokers and they had developed COPD and later on lung cancer. But while investigating the causes, I found that there is no biomarker for identifying air pollution as the key cause for these diseases. I randomly checked out and I found that China has of late developed a biomarker to identify that what actually caused the cancer and what actually caused the ailment. Uh, so I was a bit surprised. And while I was talking about COVID, uh, the victims of COVID were in front of us. They were all recognizable. They are our relatives, our friends, and we know who they are. Victims of air pollutions are unknown. Uh, our life expectancy goes down, and we silently just we die after some time, but no one recognize the cause of death as air pollution. So these are certain areas where I think we should deep dive and explore. And Joyantoda, I remember one of your stories long back. You actually probe these aspect very closely, and why air pollution is killing so many people, but why it's still being underreported.
I think yes, air pollution. I remember one story, uh, uh, just like Krishnendu mentioned about COVID and things. It was a story about an industry that was coming up opposite to the proposed Shingur Tata project. Now, I'm not naming it. It was though in the public domain. We have written about it, but anybody can find it. I am not naming it here. Though the point is that that was in the Hooghly, as you know. It was a tar factory, and our Telegraph's Hooghly correspondent was repeatedly telling me and Chandrima, who's a colleague of mine and now a colleague of mine in the plurals as well, that Chandrima was looking into the district at that point of time, that দিদি এখানে অনেক ক্যান্সার হচ্ছে জয়ন্তদা প্রচুর ক্যান্সার হচ্ছে so now our journalist Borshipda knows much better. We often overstate things. So we believe in like the Robi Shastri's model of either complete defend or 6 sixes and over. So journalists go like that. They work in tandems. They work in extremes as well. So I really didn't give much importance. He kept on saying, "Jondora, ekhane onek cancer hocche." I said, so let Chandrima told Jondora, let's go one day. So I went there. We went there. And we found, after speaking to the people in the villages, that really there are people are complaining. But still, I was not very convinced because unless, as also a student of science, I know that unless you have a good enough data, you just cannot say like this. It's the public domain in the paper. You can't say that. So what I did, I just share it from all of you. It's something, a model I learned perhaps covering globally for 15, 20 years, is that we probed that story, Krishnendu, for 1 year. We tested water. We tested air. We tested means we got it tested through an appropriate agency, spent money on that. We surveyed. And after 1 year, we were confident, yes, it's a fact, that the number of cancer was unusually high in the vicinity of that particular factory. And what actually nailed the story for us, the day we traveled to a house which was about 500 meters from the factory. We went into the house, and you know, those of you who were in the kind of went to villages, you found there's a large sanctum in between, and you have houses, rooms around. And I started from one room from one side, completely covered the entire stage, and ended in the room beside. And you believe me, every room had a cancer. Somebody died 2 years back, somebody died recently, somebody's dying, like that. So absolutely the entire. So Then I got convinced, yes, it's the case. So now the next important part, as the most difficult part in the story, is briefing your editor, making him, because these stories often bring a lot of court cases. So they are also be apprehensive that how factual it is. So I told my editor, this is the story. Thankfully,
Selling the
the editor has
story.
a lot of confidence in me. So they said that you are confident. I said, yes, it's fine. We have the data and everything. Fine, go about it. And I would request you to kind of probe in the net. This is a very unusual page one for Telegraph. The entire page belonged to one story. There was nothing else. No other story on the page one on that day. Entire page one was one story. And till late 2:30 in the night, editor and I was on call because there are small nitty-gritties to be kind of worked out so that no legal cases come out. Because it was a 1,200 word story, the entire page one and then another page. Thankfully, no court cases came. But there was a huge story that completely shook the Daden. I think it was the left era, towards the end of left era, and it was a huge, huge story. Another story I will refer here is the story of silicosis. Many few of us know that in the villages, the people who work in the glass factories and kind of stone crushing factories, they are being often impacted by silicosis. And to the poor people, actually dying is a better option than living with silicosis. It's so painful. The glass goes into your system. And I was told by somebody that in an area called Minakha, which is around, it is part of Sundarban, but hardly 1 hour from Kolkata, people are having some diseases, unusual diseases. So I went there. And the day I went there, I found that a kind of rituals, post-death rituals being happening. 2 people died till that time. What is happening? After Ayala happened, a lot of people from that area, they had to rush out because they didn't have any option. So it's actually a climate change story, that climate change lifestyle story, that people have rushed out. About 200 people rushed out because they didn't have any job in that area. And they went to work through a middleman in Durgapur, Asansol, in factories with where the silica breaking was happening, the stone crushing. And after 6 months, somebody started feeling bad, having fever, cough, continuous cough, went to the doctor. He said that run away, you are all going to die. So within 1 year, they came back, but by that time, the worst has happened. So when I went there in 2014, if my memory serves me right, 2 people died. And I went there last year, 2025. I kept on following that story. That's another very important thing for you to learn. Don't leave a story in the midway. Chase it if it is strong enough. 2025 went there. So far, about 28 people died. 2 to 28. And what is the age group? The age group is 18 to 30. Most of them have very young kids. Many of them are married, having young kids, and all are dying. And the latest list saying another 50 are waiting to die. It's a huge story. And we did that story again in Telegraph, again a page one, big page one, and National Human Rights Commission took note of it. And I felt so good that at least 10 of them have got 5 lakhs compensation from Human Rights Commission for being kind of for all these things. So I think there are many international stories as well. I'm not going to that. I'm making a presentation, so I will be referring few of them there. But those are 2 stories that struck with me, because often we do stories for the middle class, upper middle class. Often we don't consider the people who live in slums, who live in a very challenging atmosphere, and how they are affected by climate change, how they are affected by air pollution. We tend to ignore that. I think that these stories actually, I felt lot happiness covering it and exposing it. Krishnendu, before we wind up, I think you have to rush. I know. Few other things you want to share with the budding journalist, that how they should go about it. I know they would learn themselves. They are
I am seeing
intelligent than
quite a
us, but still.
few young faces. How many of you want to be environment journalists? Can you raise your hands?
None. I couldn't find single hand.
Okay. So
No. Why? Are you feeling it too formidable, too challenging, or too less paying? What is the reason?
but in way ahead, in future, in few more days ahead, only this will be the biggest concern for all of you, because by the time you will be writing stories or videographing things, the only concern will be environment, because our earth will be completely unlivable. The temperature will rise so much that cultivation will be at risk. That's why you should come forward to pursue journalism more seriously. And Jayantoda is one of the pioneer in environment journalism. So he actually tell you, uh, uh, Jayantoda, actually that day we were discussing that the air quality index, PM 2.5, PM 10, there are some very intricate differences which Jayantoda will of course uh, deliberate on.
No, no, thank you, Krishnendu. But I just wind up what you just said, reiterating on that, that just mark our words. From this minute, this second to 2030, one of the most difficult period for the world is coming. We are already getting into a El Nino situation. You might have read it in the paper or saw it in social media or somewhere. El Nino is going to be a severe El Nino is on the offering. Fortunately, perhaps Eastern India will be less impacted, but Central India, Northern India, part of Western India will be burned. It's a very, very difficult situation. The monsoon will be impacted, and other factors go hand in hand. In fact, there was a report from IUC, and I think I covered it a couple of days back, which says that ICIMOD, sorry, that in the last 2024-2025, there have been 15 disasters happened in entire Hindu Kush, Himalaya, 8 countries are there. Maximum happened in India, 42. Many of them in the Northeast India and West Bengal and likewise. So very difficult time. Why I am saying this? Because these are also your stories.
Absolutely.
These are also your inputs for covering. So just mark our point, whatever media you go, even if you go to PR, today, every day, I receive, I think Krishnendu also receive about 10 to 12 PR about the environmental stories. That kind of underlines the importance environment and climate journalism is going to become in the days to come. And I really, really do hope that you will seize this chance. This is not just a responsibility, but it's a career option. I think covering environment, covering climate change is a career option. I would like you to have a look at something called Art Journalism Network, EJN. EJN is a huge global network. They offer scholarship, they offer kind of opportunities outside the country to go and cover, to go and learn about environmental journalism, climate journalism. So do try to utilize whatever in offering. And I just hope that this about 20 minutes of what we have discussed among ourselves will make some sense out of it. Thank you for all your time. We just conclude this interaction here. I'll make a presentation separately. So if anything you would like to ask, anybody having any question, because Krishnendu will leave, I'll be here for a while. But if there is any question, you can ask and Krishnendu will respond, I'll respond later. Any question? Anybody having any question?
Yeah, please. Mm, uh, while following up news, you need to, what we generally do, uh, these are all field level data we have to collect. We have to interact with people who are the victims of the problem. Uh, and of course, after coming back, you have to go through them. You have to find a peg of the story. You have to sell it to the editor. That's the most important part. Unless you sell the story to the editor, the story will never be slotted. So that's a very, very important part, selling the story to the editor. And of course, then the story comes up in the newspaper. And
In fact, I just add one line to that. That's the most important thing. How you pitch your stories, what the language you, because the editor is looking at maybe 50, 60, 80 pitches a day. So just like you, when you're looking at the television, if the first screen or first 10 seconds don't attract you, you go to the another channel or you change your social media. The editor does the same thing with your pitches. So the pitch has to be strong enough, and the first 2-3 lines, the pitch has to ensure that what is different about the story. I give you one example. I was doing a workshop like this in Bangladesh some time back, and a journalist, they were all senior journalists. So a journalist came up and asked me that, Dada, I pitch good stories, but my editor never takes it. So he's very kind of averse to the whatever. And I'm just, give me one example. Then say, see, we were doing that in a place called Gulshan. Those of you who are in Dhaka know Gulshan is a very prime place in Dhaka. So we are doing it in a hotel in Gulshan. Is it like that in Gulshan? Gulshan have huge traffic jam. I am telling the editor that this is the area where a lot of traffic jam happens, a lot of emission, a lot of all these things, so many years, but nothing happening. The editor was never keen. I say, if you can you pitch it in a different manner? What? You can get hold of any expert from any university and just ask him that if there is a traffic jam for 5 hours in Gulshan, how many additional emission, how much more carbon dioxide is generated there, and how it is affecting the climate change. It will become a different story. So yes, sir, that I can do. So that's, I think, how you pitch it. So very important, this is a small, those of you who will be in professional world, don't pitch it directly. What I practice, I think Krishna may have different style. When there's a story coming up, if it is a very, say, something has very news-wise extremely important happened, you immediately pitch it. That's a different thing. But when you are pitching a particular kind of story, you first type it in your one WhatsApp. Look at the story twice, thrice. Just try to understand it is kind of strong enough to attract your editor's attention. And whatever the edit you need to do, you do there, and then send it. Because when you are writing a long pitch to an editor, your editor is seeing that you are writing. That's a very boring thing. That my mobile, if you sending a WhatsApp, you say that, what this girl, what this boy is writing taking so much time. Don't do that. You do it in your own WhatsApp, edit it. When you feel it's good enough, strong enough, then send it. So these are the small things which nobody has learnt us, but kind of taught us, but we learned as we did the practice. So I hope I have answered your question.
My main question is, when you are interacting with people while you are doing your story. For
Right.
example, when you covered a village which which had multiple cases of cancer. How did you talk to people? How did you interact with them? How did the interaction go?
Very simple. One is, you should have enough evidence. You should have enough evidence or enough data, information about that area. Don't look stupid there. That you have been from a city going to a village and saying things which are completely not related. So you should not look stupid. You should look smart enough. Second is, be part of them. Ask them to talk rather than you talk. Just make some probing question and tell them, because you will get more materials. They're responding to you rather than you kind of posing many questions. And don't try to show that you are very smart and you're kind of imposing. People don't like to be imposed upon. So just be a normal man, normal understand the way. That's good enough.
Jayanto, I think regarding the example which she gave and you had described, I think you did not tell the full story. That in Hooghly, that particular village, which was suffering from, almost every family suffering from cancer, it was the result. You didn't talk about the cause. The company which was there, which we almost every day when we go across the Durgapur Expressway, that very, have been well-knit sort of factory, which is a tar melting company, organization. And I think that you should also talk about the dangers, because when you were exploring, I know the reasons or the effect of the tar melting which is happening there,
And
they
there are
also
untreated-
tried to
untreated
stop you
effluent,
from writing this story. So those dangers are also there. The dangers of that. I'm surprised that such a a factory which is so killing is there right in front of on that particular passageway, the Durgapur Expressway. It looks so beautiful, but it is just a killing factory.
I'll respond to that, but Kishan, you were saying something.
Most of these factories dump their untreated effluents day and night without any monitoring.
Absolutely. No, what Buroshib that just said, that yes, it's right. I haven't kind of explored on the details on that. That when we did the story, before doing that, whoever the owners of that, they invited us to their factory. And I said, fine, fair enough, because I see that's where the difference between the activist and the journalist. If you happen to be an activist, you take one side of it. But as a journalist, we don't take side. We talk to both sides and try to understand who is responsible, who is not. So when they invited us to the factory, I said, fine, why not? So we went to the factory. Myself, my colleague Chandrima, and also my colleague from Hooghly, Uttam, we went into the factory. It's a beautiful factory, a lot of trees, very lovely. And they took me to a lovely kind of hall, kind of fed us good biscuits, good cookies, and good tea, and all those things. And then they started presenting presentations, which shows that they are so good. So when I asked, because see, as a journalist, when I went there, I also did my backroom preparation. So I know what they're doing. So when they showed us few things, I counted questions. And then they were not able to respond to that. And then it went on. But what struck me in the factory, I could not see a single worker in the factory. That's completely amazing. Apparently, about 1,000 workers work there. Not a single soul. So I called up my contact in the village and said, "What's happening?" বলছি, দাদা জানি না আপনারা বোধহয় এসছেন কি কারণে, আচ্ছা ছুটি দিয়ে দিয়েছে, আজকে কোনো লোক নেই, ফ্যাক্টরি থেকেও কাজ করছে না, ছুটি দিয়ে দিয়েছে, because so that we don't able to talk to them. Fine, I knew. So we did it, we heard them, and we see that we understood that what they are trying to say is not right. So we carried the story. And the day we carried the story, in the very morning, I was covering something in I think ITC Shonar. No, not ITC. It's a Grand or someone. I got a call from a very senior political person who was not in the power at that point of time, become very much part of the power afterwards, and now kind of a bit of a way out. He called me up, and a very well-known environmentalist called me up. It's very interesting, and both of them say the same thing, that the owner wants to meet me. I said, fine, we meet anybody, so we can meet him. So they come to our office. No, we are not going to go to your office. You come to our office, the telegraph office, and then we said, sir, we don't want to go there. So we met in a Park Street cafe. I think the Park Hotel, that cafe. What's that? Oxford Cafe. And the guy was crying. He said that my daughter went to the school and your paper has flashed so much thing about us, and all my daughter's friends asked her that your father is a murderer. So I am, sir, completely shocked. Tell me what I need to do. I felt bad as elderly person was crying like that in a public. I said, see, you do good things, we will definitely cover that. Then we discontinued the discussion, and I told him that the day before, the next day or the day after, I am going there to have a relook what's happening. And all the environmental experts of the West Bengal, I think Subhash Datta was there, Bishwajit Mukherjee was there, Nabadatta was there, so many of them, all went there to have a first-hand look what's happening there. And as we went there, to cut the long story short, we went to the village first and then came to there. I found there's about 25-30 people. They were raising slogans against somebody. Later, I understood the slogan was against us. And we asked our driver to push the car to a side. Then suddenly, the whole mob attacked us. I'm saying this because environment journalism is not a chair journalism. You have to be in the field to see how it's happening. So they attacked us. And luckily, the driver central lock system operated and everything was closed. And I still remember, as I'm telling to you, I was sitting in the back side, in the left-hand side. To my right, my colleague Chandrima, driver was there, and also another colleague. And I still remember, as I talk to you, that a person running from that side, jumping and thumping in the glass. The thump is about maybe 5 centimeters from me. So we were really, we could have been murdered on that day. There were police, there were other media, they were taking photographs, but these guys didn't care. And this commotion then started. Then police pushed them back a bit after 5 minutes, and then asked us, "You push back." And I understood the police idea that they are actually pushing us back to kind of towards them and away from the police, so they could do anything. So I told the driver, "Don't hear him, go straight." Driver said that, "Sir, there were some bikes they have put in the front parked so that you couldn't go. We can't go." Chalo. So he just took the car up. Just like a Hindi film, the bikes were all over in the next canal that were there. And we ended up staying to the SP's office in Hooghly, Chuchura. And I saw is a white car and Desire car, and all side there were a thump of legs. And I took a photograph, and internationally sometimes I do have to talk about it. I said that's a dance of democracy. So that happens. But that should not deter you from doing anything. I think Krishnendu and I, we have faced a lot of opposition from government, people in power, and they later said that now we did the wrong thing. So Krishnendu, I think the last word is yours.
No, I can only give you some ideas. It is said that monsoon is the real finance minister, and this time there will be a huge rain deficit year. This will be and last year, despite enough rain, I got the information from agriculture department that farmers could not farm 2 lakh hectares land because of this uncertainty in the rainfall. So, how this time the rain deficiency is going to affect our economy, just imagine. And this can be a very interesting story for you to explore. You can go to the rural areas and find whether farmers can actually do farming this year.
Thank you. I think you
I
enjoyed
have a
it.
question.
Any other question? Yes.
This is Kaushani from Shri Shikshatan College. My question is, as senior journalists, what degree of political pressures and legal threats do you think affects environmental journalism? And how much mirth or how much strength does one require to actually surpass all those?
So that's part of our life. So every time we get legal notice, it's a very common thing. Joyantoda knows it very well. Joyantoda faces the same thing.
We
Legal
all
notice-
received the love letters from the government. We all received, and then the people who sent the love letters, when they lost the power, they lamented that no, we did the wrong thing to do that. So we don't care that. I'll respond to a few of those in my presentation. But I think more than the politics, we are being often kind of impacted by the politics. So that's there. As I said, part of our occupation. We don't care about it.
Thank you, sir.
I think we wind up this particular session and we'll come to the presentation. So thank you for your time.
One more question, sir.
Question?
Yes, sir. I just want to ask one question. What are the kinds of sources that you refer to find your stories for environmental journalism?
What are
The kind of sources.
Sources.
Sources for the story. Okay, I'll respond to that. I'll respond in my presentation because
Thank you, sir.
Krishnendu has to rush. I don't want to drag him
One
back.
more question.
Despite the increasing evidences of environmental degradation and the growing impact of climate change, the people still seem to be less concerned, at least according to me or people like me, they are still, their concern appears to be less visible. I just wanted to know both of your opinion that do you think people like us, we are the one who are being reluctant and we are not prioritizing these environmental issues, or is it the media who is actually being insufficient and maybe inconsistent?
I think it's a combination of both. It's a combination of both, and I think we'll discuss a bit about the following presentation. So I'm not kind of spending time as of now on that. Thank you, Krishnendu. Thank you. I think you rush. Thank you. So presentation. No. SNU media बोला আছে बोला JB media. There are two. Hello. 0173 হ্যাঁ আমার গাড়ি। ও আচ্ছা আচ্ছা ওই মিডিয়া প্রেস লেখা গাড়িটা তো হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে জানি শুভেন্দু আসলে আমি জয়ন্ত বসু গাড়ির ব্যাপার হয়ে গেছে ঠিক আছে আমি বলে দিচ্ছি কাউকে আমি বলে দিচ্ছি কাউকে আপনি কে কমিউনিটি থানা ট্রাফিক থেকে এসছেন ওটা আমার ওখানে বুকিং করেই আছে সই করে দিচ্ছি হ্যাঁ জানি আমি জানি Thank you, everybody. Sorry for being a bit of a technical glitch. What I'm trying to do, here, for about 15, 20 minutes to kind of, you have heard that what myself and Krishnendu discussed about covering mainly environmental issues, maybe few climate issues. What I'm trying to do here that how the climate is coming on headlines and how it is all about reporting globally, nationally, and locally, and how we go about it. Now, before I go to the presentation proper, there are three stories which are there in the cover slide, and those are very interesting indicators how the climate coverage has been done. The left one, you can see very flat, straight news story. Flat, straight news peg-wise story. India in climate risk top 10. In fact, today itself, after I complete this, I have to file a story. It's very interesting. Today only a report has come up that how the global warming is going to affect the next Football World Cup. How the performance of the players will perhaps be affected. How the Messi and Ronaldos will find their very unusual defender in hit rather than in a defender itself. So that's the way the world is going about. Everything is linked to the climate change. The left one is India is the climate risk top 10 story. The central one is a very important story. বাংলায় দেখতে পাচ্ছেন লেখা চিত্ত যেটা ভয়পূর্ণ, ইটস অ্যান ওপেড ইন আনন্দবাজার. The background is very interesting. Few months back, maybe a year back, I keep on going back to Sundarban almost once in a month or once in 2 months. And I went to meet students, very young students in the age group of maybe class 7, that makes it about 12, 13 to 16, to know how they feel about the climate change staying at the hotbed of climate change, that's Sundarbans. And very interestingly, I spoke to a lot, but I spoke to about 65, 70 on camera. And they were saying, and once you speak to them, you can understand, like all of you, all our kind of, your sisters, your kind of brothers, your ambition is to become a professional in any sector, maybe a doctor, maybe a IT, maybe something else. So basically, you have an ambition in life, and that's absolutely fine. But in their case, they just want to know when the next cyclone will come. They have nothing else to think about. When the স্যার কখন পরের ঝড়টা আসবে, when the next cyclone will come, and they are under a trauma, perpetual trauma about what's going to happen in their life. তো রবীন্দ্রনাথ লিখেছিলেন গীতাঞ্জলিতে যে চিত্ত যেতা ভয় শূন্য. তো I thought the thing has changed. চিত্ত যেতা ভয় শূন্য আর নয়, at least for them, the চিত্ত হয়ে গেছে চিত্ত যেতা ভয় পূর্ণ. I think that's a huge story because those children are suffering partially because of us. The kind of emission that we are doing in the urban setups elsewhere are responsible to impact those. So those are the very important. And third one is a young girl from Manipur. She's now about 16, 17. I met her, I think, in Dubai climate meeting. And she was just like a meeting like this. There were senior guys sitting on the table. Senior guys being senior officials of all across the world. And that girl was sitting somewhere. And those guys are talking about climate change. And then suddenly she came up holding a banner, came up on the podium itself, and then said, "Stop this blah blah blah. You guys are doing nothing. You are completely demolishing our future." And that turned out to be a huge thing that globally, all the global media covered her, Reuters and whoever, everybody. And then my editor called me up from the Kolkata and said that, "Joyanto, this has happened." He said, "I heard this has happened. Is it possible to talk to that girl?" I said, "I'm trying." So I kind of got hold of her. She was already thrown out of the climate conference. She was sitting outside the climate conference with her mother. She is from Manipur, but she lives in Noida. She's a school student. I asked her that why you did it. Did you do it just to get the publicity? She said, "No, sir. I am completely frustrated by whatever these people say. They're all talking nonsense, sir." So that's frustration took me there. So I think that's a very important, and all of us were kind of hearing about Genji in Nepal, in Bangladesh, now in India, the Cockroach Janata Party and all those things. What I'm trying to say, that this is being building up in them, and climate change is the one sector. So let us very quickly go how we cover climate change. There are 5 main points what you need to look at. Let us kind of, for the students. First is that climate change is a single story, multiple news spec. One story having number of areas. It can be a science story, an evidence story. At the same time, it can be a political story. Somebody was asking about how the politicians react to it. It can be an economic story. It can be a vertical story where you probe down, down, and down. Or it's a horizontal story where you link up the parameters around with the climate change. So a single story, but can be of different dimension. That is climate change. I don't know whether I can open it up here. Can I? Oh, it's great. I think it's opening up. Hope so. The net is there, Wi-Fi is working. No, it's not coming up. Is it possible to open this link? Otherwise, we go ahead. If it's a problem, then because.
Is it video or something like that?
No, not video, just a plain story. I mean,
Can you just present it later on? You can just proceed.
okay,
to other
let
presentation.
it. I think it's not possible. Okay, you can actually take a photograph and use that links later. But this is the story about. If I go to the heading, it's a telegraph story about that one I was just speaking about, the silicosis. No, not that one. It is a story of plurals about severe heat among our doorstep. Yes, that's it. The severe heat is our doorstep. By another month, by July, you are going to face severe heat. And 2027 is going to be the warmest year in the history of the world. 2024 was the warmest year before. That record is going to be broken. So that's a science story. That's an economic story. That's a political story. So that's the way first point being covered. Then climate change is a lifestyle story, cutting across geopolitical boundaries, socioeconomical barriers. For example, the story I mentioned is the story about the silicosis. How a single cyclone, Ayla, completely devastated a village or few villages, how they have affected them, putting about 50 deaths or whatever it is. So that's another one. Third one, climate change, high investment, high shelf value. When as a journalist, you always need to think about the shelf value of your story. We sometimes do stories, or we do regularly do stories, which we call the news spec story. News spec story means, for example, there's something happening in assembly today. Part of the Trinamool want to break away, whatever. So that's the story is extremely important news-wise today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow. But that will not be relevant 1 year, 2 years from now. So it's the shelf life is minimum. When you're talking about the political stories, the shelf life is minimum. When you're talking a crime story, maybe a murder has happened in the neighborhood, and that becomes a huge story. A fire has affected a hospital, a huge story, but the very limited shelf value. But climate stories are having a large shelf values. The stories I did 3 years back are still being recalled, still being referred. So that's something we need to keep in mind. But it's a high investment story. When I do a story on climate change, you have to know the nuances, you have need to know the languages, the terms, the background material. So you have to invest a lot as a journalist to develop the stories. If you look at the European kind of the way they go about the journalism, they are asked to, the senior journalists, they're asked to write one story in a week. And they get 1 day holiday, paid holiday, just to go to the library and work on that report. So today in this era of Google and everything, and with now Gemini Pro, Grok, and all this AI at your hand, that is very become easier. So that is something very important. That's high investment, high shelf value story. Fourth is the climate change local story, global search. I remember, I cannot show you the link, it's not opening up, a story I did of the Nipah. You know, the Nipah virus affected part of West Bengal. And because I have very strong connectivity with the media and what's happening in Bangladesh, I came to know that the area where the Nipah happened in West Bengal, adjacent to the area of Bangladesh, where Nipah is highly relevant. And then I tried to talk to the people on the both sides of the border and could conclude that yes, the Nipah has come from that side of the border to West Bengal. So we carried that story in the plurals. I kind of would request you, whoever can, that just Google the plurals. The plurals is a single word. The plurals is a single word. You will find a website with specific stories on environment, health, economics, and likewise. So this Nipah story became so big that the next day, I remember a very formidable doctor. You know his name, Dr. Kunal Sarkar, a very good kind of a cardiac surgeon, a very good friend of mine, called me up 7 o'clock in the morning. Joyanto, I saw your Nipah story. It's a great story. And I would like to take an interview of yours. So Kunal runs a YouTube channel himself. So he interviewed me the next morning because he was so moved by the story. And I got feedback from all over. So it's a local story becoming a global one. And then the climate change needs specific reporting skill. Climate change reporting is just not reporting anything else. For a reporter, basic things remain same. You have to have an inquisitive mind. You have to have a nose for a news, the news spec. You know how to develop that. These are basic journalist, I think, criteria that you develop, you have to have. But over and above that, for a climate change journalist, first is the data-driven. You need to know how you decode data. Unless you can decode data and you have a fair idea of working on the Excel or other things, you cannot go beyond a point. You have to be the data-driven part is very important. It's a data-intensive kind of media coverage. Social media route. I would have wished to show this story to you. Very interesting story in Down to Earth. I cover Eastern India for Down to Earth. The story is like this, that when John Biden was the US president, he sent his envoy to India to meet our prime minister, our finance minister, our environment minister. It was all about a meeting that the John Biden was calling in climate meeting in US. But clearly there was no official, no press conference, nothing. Nothing was there. So you cannot do the normal route stories with that. But I feel that something was happening with this guy has come all the way from US meeting all those guys. Must have been something happening, but nobody can do a story because no information is in the public domain. Then I thought what I can do about it. I talked with my editor, is a good friend of mine in Down to Earth, Richard Joyanto. Is a very important story, but how we go about it, don't have anything. So let's see. Then I started to go back in the Facebook and the tweet of all those guys and what they have tweeted. What they have tweeted, what they have put in the Instagram, more than Instagram tweeted, and I found I could build up the linkage. What he tweeted when he was in US, what he tweeted after meeting these guys, what Nirmala Sitharaman has tweeted, what the PMO has tweeted, and the entire 1,000-word story was developed based on tweet. As a senior journalist, I learned the trade almost after being kind of experienced for so many decades. So there's no end to the learning. So this is new areas being emerging. I other day after this IPL, I was hearing Virat Kohli, and he said a very interesting thing that in this era of T20 cricket, you see these young guys, you see these new technologies, and you then challenge yourself how you can do best to that. So that's very important. So all of us have to stand to the challenge and know the technologies and whatever we do. So these are, I think, the basic thing, and also the multimedia. This is the era of multimedia. When you do a story, you have a mobile. Can you believe that when we are in the younger age, we have 24 kind of pictures can taken in a small camera. All of us had that experience. Now you can take innumerable thing with this. So you can do small videos. So the multimedia packaging is very important for this climate stories because there are a lot of visible element to it. So just treat it as another good story and then add values to it. That's, I think, what I have learned over the years. Oh, it's not changing. Thank you. What happened to it? So very quickly, I'll just take another 5-10 minutes to complete that. I am just kind of showing you how these climate stories are being done. This is a climate, a very latest story, I think, couple of days back, 29th May, I think 2-3 days back. Feeling the heat, breast the warmest summer of 2027. So now, see, this is the WMO, World Meteorological Organization's press release and communique. That's the base of the story. So everybody is doing it. Everybody is doing it across the country who cover climate change. So what I can bring different on that? How we can be different in the same materials? How we can use other element to that it takes a wider, broader scale? That's a challenge. So you have to also live up to that challenge, how you can make it different. So the way we put it different is that 2027, their normal media release doesn't say 2027 is the warmest year. It is only being said at the end of it. Somebody, a WMO official, said that 2027 is going to be the warmest. So we take it up in the forefront. But that's the news point. The next year is the warmest ever. So that's, I think, something important. Now look at the science part of it. There are science-based stories. UN report warns world has entered uncharted territory. The India global hotspot of methane emission, carbon emission at record high. So these are all science-based stories. But the way you have to cater to it to the wider public, so they get interest, they get sucked into this, because normally the science-based journalism don't go beyond the point. But when the people are threatened, they took to it. Then health, I think something I and Krishnendu was discussing, very important to link health with climate change, health with air pollution. There's a story, climate risks to the health. Impact on India among the worst, says the Lancet report. Rain, then billions of children are being affected. So these are all being health-based stories. So climate change and health is another important part. Politics, somebody was asking me, politics. And when you talk about politics, you cannot take away Trump from that. Trump and politics and climate change go hand in hand. And this is a story. Trump order makes US exit 66 global organizations, signals aim to climate action. So you may say, sir, what's different in it? The difference is in that number 66. We all know that Donald Trump is going away from the climate change. That's not a new news. But when you say the 66, somebody has the, I would say, use the word quote unquote audacity of going away from 66 global institutions. That's something big. So that's, I think, something which is quite important. And then the interview of the COP30 chair, I had the opportunity of interviewing him, a long interview, and he said that COP of truth, ending with the bitter reality, the conflict between, this is all about politics. This is not climate change, it's not science. It's a complete politics, how global north and global south are conflicting over climate change. That's absolutely a political story. And the third one is very interesting. I won't go beyond the point out here, but India has withdrawn from hosting the COP33, which was originally supposed to be in 2028. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has offered to host it in Glasgow, and it was accepted unofficially. So India was supposed to hold it in 2028. And it was a huge opportunity. It would have been a huge opportunity for India to showcase what they are doing. India is not doing great in environment, but is doing pretty well in climate change. That's another story to say, that India is the bottom in the climate, in the environmental action, but India is within the top 10 when it comes to climate action. That's a very interesting story, why it has happened like that. That's for sometime else. But the point is that India has withdrawn. What prompted India to withdraw? And there's no official communication so far. No confirmation, official, unofficially confirmed. They have sent a letter to UN that we are not going to hold it. Why? Perhaps in the days and the months, you will find something major to happen in 2028, which is linked to this withdrawal, but I'm not going beyond that at this point of time. Then finance, very important. Global loss and damage fund may dry up. Now, when you talk about the finance, in the climate change, there are several parts to the finance. There is finance of your mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. And loss and damage is something which is already being happened. So that's something is there. That's something being drying up. Saying union budget is also being not quite kind of fine with the climate change. Sundarban is a loser. India, very quickly, I'm rushed through by another 5 minutes. India, global hotspot, I said. Then UN heat stress report lists Calcutta, Delhi are major heat one. Reports bear cause and effect of climate change in India. So these are all India-specific reports. And this is a very interesting report, ice loss. This is a very recent one. Ice loss rate peak study finds. The ICIMOD is saying that in the last 25 years in Himalayas, the melting of glacier has doubled. The rate of glacier melting has doubled in the last 25 years. So that's a huge impact on India, India's economy, India's politics. India at summit of Himalayan disaster as climate change fuels flood and landslide sludge. There's another very important one. I think I was referring to it. In the last 1 year, there are 112 or 115 disasters in the Himalayas, 45 of them happening in India only, many of them in our region. So these are all being there. And now, very quickly to West Bengal and Kolkata. West Bengal, look at the figure. West Bengal is the 60th in the vulnerability list of the world. You may say, so 60th is quite low. But when I say the 60 out of 2,600, then it becomes 1 or 2 in every 100. So India, West Bengal is within the top 2% vulnerable regions in the world. That's a big, big information news. Then Darjeeling among the fragile Himalayan cities, alarm on Gangotri, these are all going to affect West Bengal and Kolkata indirectly. Now the Sundarbans, rise of Bay of Bengal, 30% higher in last 3 decades. We know about the hungry tide. Amitabh Ghosh has written. Now the tide has become hungrier in Sundarban. Sundarban to feature in the global summit. So these are all about Sundarban 1. And finally, I wind up with slide in 2015. The Paris Agreement. You know that every year there's something called COP happens. What is COP? Conference of Parties. It's a UN meeting where 200 countries represent. And along with the 200 countries, there's thousands of observers and journalists also cover this, because you can find 40 presidents, 30 prime minister, 200 ministers in this meeting. It's a huge UN meeting. In the last COP, I think not the Belem was the last, but before the Belem, there were 75,000 people attending one conference. You can jolly well understand how big it is. 75,000 people, about 5 to 10,000 journalists, and all the countries. Now, having said that, Paris has been a watershed moment in global climate geopolitics. Because in Paris, first time in 2015, all the countries agreed that we all need to contribute to cut down emission to reduce global warming. Maybe the rate is different. Definitely the Australia and Bangladesh will not do the same way. The Europe and the Maldives will not do it the same way. But everybody has to contribute, and everybody accepted that. And the bottom line was that the world's temperature rise need to be arrested preferably within 1.5 degree compared to 1850. Why? Because 1850 to 1900, the Industrial Revolution started. So it is believed before that the temperature was a natural temperature. And when the Industrial Revolution started, it becomes a one-way traffic. So we need to compare ourselves before the Industrial Revolution happened. So that's the benchmark. 1850 to 1900 is considered as the benchmark. And from that benchmark, the scientists agreed the global temperature should not go beyond 1.5 degrees centigrade. And even if it goes no way beyond 2 degrees centigrade, the world is going to collapse. At least a major part of the world, which is close to the seaside, are going to collapse. People are being affected if that happens. So that was in Paris. Now, we were very happy. I still remember in Paris when the agreement was signed, and we were all being part of it. We could come out because I then suddenly saw the Indian Environment Minister at that point of time was rushing, and then so everybody was very happy. Is everybody kind of hugging everybody, saying that, oh, we could find a solution. Unfortunately, the global geopolitics, all this war, before that COVID, and now everything happens, they became more dominant. And the big question, the Telegraph, we carried a page one story that is our art safer now? That the question we posed in 2015 after the Paris winded up in December or in November 2015. Now, after 10 years or 11 years of the Paris, we find now the WMO is saying the next 5 years, the global temperature rise will be in between 1.3 to 1.9, touching 1.9. By 2030, in 2040, it will go beyond 2. So clearly, we could not do what we promised 11 years back. We can see the sea level rising alarmingly. We could see the cyclones have been developed with an unusual frequency. The world is at a very, very difficult time. Now, what's the way out? The way out is not to run away from it. Way out to cut emission. Nature has its own way of rebuilding. If you stop polluting a river, it will kind of rebuild itself. So very important, not only globally, also nationally in our West Bengal. I think a new government has come here. I had another presentation. It's a rush somewhere, so I couldn't do that. So the new government has come up in West Bengal. I don't get into the politics part of it. But what I say is very important for the new government to centralize climate action in their policies. Whatever they do, in whatever department, be it urban development, be it health, be it education, climate change has to remain in the center of the policy. There are some silver lining. A major fund is supposed to come to Kolkata or to Sundarbans, about 4,100 World Bank fund for doing the Sundarbans climate action. There are other funds being planned for the entire, there's a finance hub, the climate finance hub for West Bengal is being contemplated. But only fund will not do. Fund will not take us beyond a point. We have to change that. So today, why we are assembling here? Because it's a World Environment Day a couple of days from now. And the slogan is climate action. But the point is we need to turn that slogan into a commitment. And that commitment has to come from, it hears cliche that we all have to contribute. But really, the time has come when we all have to contribute. Most of the part, the government itself, their policies. So I think the answer is no, a decade after Paris Agreement, but I remain hopeful. I'm a very optimist person by nature. I remain hopeful. There are, after a couple of days, a meet COP is going to start in Bonn from 8th of June. I'm supposed to fly out on 7th to be there. And I understand that in that particular summit, something very important is going to be discussed, which is called Baku to Belém roadmap. There's 1.5 trillion US dollar is required for the climate action globally. So apparently a report has been prepared how that can be utilized. But again, end of the day, we all need to kind of think it's a priority. If we all think it's a priority, it will be a priority. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Any question, I'm open to it. Thank you. And I also request you that whoever there, whenever you get time, just www.theplurals.in. If you click that, you will find the website that I'm referring to. I'll be very happy to receive feedbacks from you. I'll be just very happy. This is a very kind of easy mode of subscription, free subscription. You don't need to pay anything. Just you have to subscribe that so the stories can go directly to you. And I'll be very happy. There's a lot of young budding journalists out here to hear from you. Even you can, as I said, you can pitch your stories. We'll be very happy to carry your stories if it is found that good enough as editorial standard. Sneha is here, and I think Sar is also here, Buroship is here. So we're happy to kind of think and work collaboratively. Open to that. Thank you. And any question?
Dr. Basu, I have one question.
Sure, sure.
So, firstly, at a university setup, what do you think? I'm not just mentioning our university, any university. What can they actually realistically do in Bengal? Let's say just in Bengal, not just teaching climate change, but what are the pragmatic steps that they can take now?
Very good question. I think not only university or this university, every institution sooner or later has to follow a trend. You know that India is going for the net zero in 2070. India is going to go for net zero in 2070. I think the first thing we should do in any institution is to energy audit of that institution, the water audit of that institution, the waste audit of that institution. So basically a carbon footprint audit, where we stand, where we can. There's no point in saying something unrealistic. We have to have an AC. We have to have an AC auditorium. We can't say that we will not have it. But 25 to 30% energy is lost unnecessarily. So can we minimize it to the barest possible? So first thing, I think, to have a carbon footprint audit of the institution, see where we stand, and that's also economical. I am giving an example. In Kolkata Corporation, there is a committee on environment and climate change. A lot of experts are there. Political people are there, but they are basically there for their position. So what we tried to do, to have carbon neutral parks in Kolkata. So we have about 13 carbon neutral parks where the solar during the daytime is transferred to CSC and during the evening being used. It's a two-way traffic. And the cost, the energy cost has gone down by 75 to 80% in those parks. So it can help each of our households if we can use solar in a very smart manner. And these are now norm for CS. If you say that I want to put up a solar in my rooftop by about 5 kilowatt, you can easily do it. You just offer the space. There are companies who will come and put it for you. Even they don't take money from you. They will just take the share of your profit from the energy, reduced energy cost, and after 7 or 8 years, it will be yours. So these are economically also very important, because this is the time when the solar power cost, from the first time in the history, the solar power cost is less than the thermal power cost or the coal power cost. It was not before. It was almost chalk and cheese 2 years down before, but now it's the other way around. So I think these are the things which we can do. Also to neutral, also say there's an emergency in the building. Your all normal lines goes off. Your solar can survive you, can sustain you. Also the water, something we don't look at. A lot of water being wasted, not being recycled. You have a beautiful complex, a lot of greenery. Can the wastewater from the toilet can go and actually use being in this plants and all that? These are the, I think, things which can be thought about, reduce the carbon footprint. Thank you.
One humble question. Basically, I was just going through the different policies of our government, because we were have to have that session, though it is now cancelled. So basically, I need to know that already the West Bengal government, the previous West Bengal government had certain restrictions.
Tell me again.
The previous government had a certain
previous government, previous state government.
State government had certain restrictions on use of solar power. And it is well documented, means some of the startups that I work with, who actually are in solar business, they often had complained about different things. And I just cite a specific example. It says that absence of a robust framework for grid return of excess solar power coupled with the impracticality of zero export meters limits adoption. So there are a couple of like the agencies, WBAC, DLC and CSC. They don't have actually clear-cut guidelines to streamline processes. And lastly, suppose my house needs 2 megawatt of solar power. The restriction is that I cannot insist or build a setup with excess of that. It will not go into the grid. It will be just waste. But if I have a lot of open space, especially the housing complexes, they have huge terrace spaces. They can generate solar for themselves as well as return the excess to the grid. That policy is still not clear in the government of West Bengal. So
Okay.
something the new government has to
Okay.
have a challenge on that.
As far my knowledge is concerned, I think that policies were getting changed in the later part of this last government. Uh, I don't see any problem in installing solar in your house and kind of link it with your overall thing. It can be done. It's a two-way switcher. It's a two-way switcher being available. And something all the power utilities have to do is called RPO and SPO, renewable power obligation and solar power obligation. They have a target to fill. What they normally do intelligently, they are pan-national companies, so they calculate the pan-national data to say that they are doing. They're not doing it here, maybe doing it in Rajasthan. But as per the law, now, problem was about allowing the minimum amount of solar in your kind of rooftop. Uh, Many other states allow even 1 or 2 kilowatt, but we were saying beforehand that it can't be below 5 kilowatt. But that was going to that was changing at that point of time. So definitely you can definitely you can put solar in your house and can link it with the facility. That's not no, for any power facility. That there's no problem in that. I know that several institutions also doing it. For example, in the Bongobashi College, the entire computer system is being linked to the solar operated thing. So there are many. So it's not that not being happening. Uh, Previous government, the issue was that there are some union government policies where both ways they don't want to do this where they are not acceptable to it. So this is a different issue. That's a legal, that's a political issue. But policy-wise, West Bengal's policy was a bit more restrictive compared to other states. But I don't see it as a kind of a stopping you from doing it. We have to keep remember that West Bengal is the pioneer of solar in this country. Dr. Gaun Chaudhuri, SP Gaun Chaudhuri was the person many moons back when nobody thought about the climate change. He put up about 2.5 lakhs uh, non-grid solar units in Sundarban. So we are kind of a pioneer. But as we say that what West Bengal thinks today, the India thinks tomorrow. I keep on saying that India does it day after tomorrow. We keep on thinking. That's why the problems continued. So, but I think the solar is now doable. You have to find out the exact person in your in CSC who does it, and kind of. I think sometimes these interim agencies also don't kind of guide properly. So I am sure that if you can find the right person, it can be done. Thank you for Professor Chatterjee to come. So thank you for your time. So if there is no any other question, we can conclude it. Thank you.
We'll all break for lunch now. In half an hour, we'll be back. Thank you.
এখান থেকে
of you to this very special celebration of art, nature, and storytelling. I am Gaurav.
And I am Atri. Together, we have the privilege of hosting today's wildlife photography exhibition and workshop.
Every photograph begins with a moment that would have disappeared forever had someone not been patient enough to observe it, skilled enough to capture it, and passionate enough to share it. Today, we gather to celebrate those moments.
And before we begin, it is only fitting that we acknowledge the force behind this initiative Aperture Alchemist.
Aperture Alchemist has always been more than a photography club. It is a community of storytellers, a place where creativity is encouraged, perspectives are challenged, and ordinary moments are transformed into extraordinary visual narratives.
Through exhibitions, workshops, competitions, and collaborative learning experiences, the club has consistently inspired students to see beyond the obvious and discover beauty in places often overlooked.
And today, that spirit finds its finest expression in this wildlife photography exhibition, an initiative that combines artistic excellence with environmental and conservational awareness.
Before we move on to the program, let's just pause for a moment, take a breath, and actually look around.
These photographs that we will see today, each one of them is a story, not a post story, not a directed, constructed, or edited story, but a real, unscripted, unrepeatable fragment of existence caught forever by someone who had the patience and the skill to be in exactly the right place at exactly the right moment.
Wildlife photography is one of the most singular disciplines in the entire world of photography, and we mean that in the fullest sense. When you compare it to the portrait photography, to fashion, to architectural or street photography, the wildlife stands entirely apart.
Think about what every other photographer has access to that a wildlife photographer does not. A portrait photographer can say to their subject, tilt your head, soften your gaze, shift your weight slightly to the left. A product photographer can rearrange, relight, reshoot. A street photographer can wait on a corner and return the next day if the moment doesn't come.
But a wildlife photographer? You cannot ask a tiger to look left. You cannot tell a kingfisher to hold its wings for 2 more seconds. You cannot negotiate with the natural world. Your work entirely on its terms, in its space, in its time, by its rules.
And that demands something profoundly different from the person behind the lens.
It demands patience, sometimes hours, sometimes entire days, of stillness and waiting for a moment that may or may not arrive.
Photography preserves a moment, cinema brings those moments to life, and our next guest has mastered the art of doing exactly that.
He is a distinguished anthropologist, psychologist, educator, and conservationist whose work has been dedicated to exploring the relationship between humans and the natural world. Through his unique approach to research and communication, he has inspired audiences to see nature with greater understanding, curiosity, and empathy.
Through his documentary, he has shown us that storytelling can do far more than entertain. It can educate, it can inspire, and it can encourage meaningful change.
Today, we are privileged to have with us the creator of a remarkable documentary that beautifully captures the essence of the natural world. And honestly, who better to guide us through that journey than the creator himself?
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in extending a warm and enthusiastic welcome to none other than Dr. Rajshekhar Aich.
I would actually not take much of your time, just create a context of this documentary. Um, in one of my fieldworks, I was based in New Zealand of about 20 odd kilometers from the coast of New Zealand, about 1,400 kilometers from Antarctica. This is one of the 5 places on planet Earth where we have white shark cage diving. This is where my documentary is based, and I call it a sensory documentary. There's hardly any dialogue in the documentary. The hope is to take you to that place itself. Very briefly, trying to explain, there are it's almost shaped into 3 acts, like it's 3 days. Like the first day you're going and you're not seeing the sharks. The first act you're waiting for the sharks. The second act, that wait becomes longer, and then obviously the third act. This has probably been my most fruitful field experience till that point. And that is where I'm trying to share with you. And yeah, we're ready to play it. Make sure the audio is as much high as possible, because audio makes a lot of matter in this documentary. Thank you. Hope you enjoy it. Lights glow. Yeah. Good morning. Good morning.
What happened yesterday night? Did you guys think about this? Did you cyclists about it?
Oh, I've just Googled shark attacks and videos and jaws and.
For like an hour.
Yeah, we just watched.
You're still watching shark videos?
I watched the video of in Jaws where the guy he gets eaten, and then when he shoots the tank and the blow up. No, I just have to go there.
Did you get the tank yourself so you can shoot the shark?
Yeah, I brought the rifle that's in my bag.
They already mentally prepared themselves to save me.
I told her this is gonna be us. I'm gonna save you the
Well,
world.
hell way to spend your honeymoon.
I'm still very nervous. And I think it's going to be really scary.
How about you?
Yeah, I'm nervous.
Right. Yeah, of course. I thought. Oh, yeah. That's what I said. So the blitz is about 8 to 10. And if it's sunny, then it's marvelous. Are you guys okay? Oh, brilliant. Let's go. Turn to the board. No, just turn to the board, please. Hold on. Yeah. Take deep breaths. We have been out here for hours. It's cold. It's bloody windy, and this stupid diamond flag has been really irritating me. But just keep a lookout for the sharks.
I thought the experience of cage diving with great white sharks in the water.
It was exciting. I think so. Maybe I was scared because, like, in videos on the internet, you got sharks like biting the cage and getting inside the cage and flipping out. I mean, just you see the craziest stuff on the internet. But here, I mean, they just swim by. They're curious, and you're curious, and they're just kind of a respectful distance. They almost seem almost like playful, but not. You know, they have big.
It's nice to see them go by on the outside of the cage. You feel safe inside the cage.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed it. A lot different than what I was expecting though. But, a lot of excitement when I first seen it out in the ocean, not just the tail on it, and then a bit nervous. I don't know, shaking, just for excitement. I think to start with. Once was in the water, it was a lot more. It was very calm. Wasn't thrashing around. Wasn't scary. It was very just doing its own thing.
There was something there. There was something that I could say, I can relate to you as a being, not necessarily a human being or a green being, but as a spiritual being. And it's in green form, I'm in human form. That's what I found in there. We're equals. We're equals. We're living beings on this planet.
Thank you. বন্ধ করে দিন বন্ধ করে দিন স্যার বন্ধ করে দিন it's done. Thank you. All right, thank you everyone. I'll take a couple of minutes. If anyone has any questions or anything, I'll be happy to answer, or we'll move on to the next thing. We're good. All right, take care. Are we ready with the next event? Okay, we'll continue. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful and thought provoking presentation. Through your documentary, we were reminded that every great story begins with observation, patience, and a deep appreciation for the world around us.
And while documentaries bring these stories to life on screen, photography allows us to capture them in a single powerful frame, which brings us perfectly to the next part of our today's program.
We now have the privilege of learning from two accomplished photographers whose work continues to inspire countless creators and nature enthusiasts alike. Our first workshop is being led by someone whose name, if we move at all in photography circles, you will already have encountered. Allow us to properly introduce none other than Mr. Joyanta Guho.
Mr. Joyanta Guho is an award winning wildlife photographer, acclaimed photography mentor, conservation storyteller, and one of the India's most recognized voice in wildlife imaging. Through years of dedication in the field, he has built a remarkable reputation for documenting wildlife with extraordinary patience, artistic brilliance, and deep respect for nature. Beyond creating powerful imagery, he actively mentors aspiring wildlife photographers through workshops, expeditions, and immersive learning experiences, helping photographers develop both technical excellence and a deeper learning of wildlife conservation. As a respected Sony influencer and wildlife educator, Mr. Guho has consistently demonstrated how photography can become a powerful tool for environmental awareness, conservation advocacy, and storytelling. It is truly an honor to welcome a photographer whose lens has brought the untamed beauty of nature closer to countless audiences. So please put your hands together for Mr. Joyanto Guho.
Also, now I would like to request our Pro Chancellor Sir and Ramaranjan Sir to please come up on stage and felicitate our guest. I would like to call Ramaranjan Sir and Raj Shekhar Sir to felicitate our guest. Bol.
Okay, so Ramaranjan sir is not here. So may I please request Rajshekar sir to come up on the stage to felicitate along with our Pro Chancellor.
Also, we would like to call Saroj Kumar Dora for the felicitation. Mr. Saroj Kumar Dora is a distinguished photographer, Sony Alpha specialist, photography mentor, and former photojournalist with Hindustan Times. Over the years, he has dedicated himself not only to creating compelling visual narratives, but also to nurturing the next generation of photographers through mentorship and education. As a Sony Alpha specialist, he has played an important role in helping photographers understand and harness cutting edge imaging technology, transforming ordinary moments into extraordinary visual experiences. Today, we are privileged to have with us a professional whose work stands at the intersection of journalism, visual storytelling, education, and innovation. So please join me in extending a warm and enthusiastic welcome to Mr. Saroj Kumar Dora.
No, it doesn't. इसी टाइप है काम में करिए नहीं वो मैनुअली मैं चेंज कर दूंगा चेंज कैसे करेंगे ये है ना नहीं है स्लाइडर स्लाइडर नहीं अरे HDMI नहीं है ना इसमें Wait, the presentation has to be changed from here. That's okay ना नीचे आने की जरूरत नहीं वहाँ से कर Hello. 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 Okay. I'm good to go. Hello. 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 Yeah. Can you switch to the left? Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished guest and respected Vice Chancellor and all the students. So thank you so much for joining us today. And thank you so much for inviting us for this small session. All right. So anyway, he described about my past journey, I was a photojournalist and all. But today I'm here to talk about the technology because most probably now, we have already decided that maybe Jayanto is taking care of the wildlife conservation and all. And I will be take care of the new generation, the new gadgets, how it will be used in your daily life, or maybe if you are into wildlife, if you are into photography basically. And nowadays, everyone, that AI, so how AI is supporting us throughout the new gear system, that how we can use you can most probably use the AI in our camera gears and other different part in photography. All right, so basically currently I'm working with Sony as a alpha specialist. It's part of camera division where we are researching a lot of cameras, and every day that there are new technology are evolving, and we are working on it, and how we are trying to establish and incorporate the new technology in our camera, where maybe our users, or maybe the new photographers, new generation can use it in a good manner, and they utilize it into their daily life, or maybe if they are into full-time photography, or full-time into cinematography, or filmmaking, or content creation. All right, so this is basically, I'm just giving you a small brief about the cameras and gears and the ecosystem. um, in Sony, we have a lot of cameras, gears. Everyone knows about Sony's cameras, gears, and we are into mirrorless technology along with AI technology, where maybe you can easily establish the subject and track them throughout where the subjects are moving, like humans, animals, birds, or insects, or any kind of different elements, where maybe you can try to like focus them properly and try to track them properly. Then the AI is helping you out. So we have incorporated already in a few of our camera, that the cameras are coming with AI base. And today I'm going taking you through some few models cameras which is available with Sony. So yeah, these are all some models. So anyway, everyone knows. I have a small question for you, that what is photography? Everyone is doing photography here? Most probably no, but anyway, few of them, like these, the clubs are there. So few of them are already involved in photography. So my one first question is, what is photography? If you don't mind, please. Anyone? Yeah, please. So don't mind, yeah, it will be a small Q&A round as well to just understand. Yeah. Capturing the moment. Anyone? Anyone? Come on, please. Yeah. Anyone? I ask you, what is photography? Photography, nothing other than just we are talking about light, we are talking about graphics. All right? That's a Greek word called photos and graphos. Photos stand for light, graphos stand for graphy. Painting, presentation. That's it. It's photography. How you are capturing photos, how you are capturing the emotions, how you are capturing the feelings, movement. This is all part of different scenario. So this is completely a word which is called, we use it in photography. There will be two more word. Anyone? We called it still photography, we called it motion photography. Yeah, still photography we are capturing a single photos, motion photography we are capturing a multiple photos. That's it. This is the simple definition of photography. Rather than after, everything is cosmetic, everything is like, technology. How you are using it, what are the benefits, what are the features you are using, and what are the creativity you are taking through your camera. So if your camera is eligible, it is involved, or it is incorporated with a lot of features, and you are known to it, you are used to it, then maybe your photography or your maybe images are, maybe it will come some in a different level, or might be we call it the creative photographer might be joined, so will be taking care of that. All right, so photography is simple word. Now you are clear, right? If we don't have light, then no photography, we can't do anything, we can't capture anything. So instant, it's a available light, or it's a artificial light, but we need light. After light, do you understand? Do you just one more question? Do you think camera can understand this is an animal, this is a bird, this is a shark, this is a elephant? Does the camera understand? Then how you know that we capturing the emotion, expression, and feelings and all other things? No, nothing, right? It only capture the reflection of light. Whatever light is coming to the subject and it reflecting to your camera, you are just capturing that. Correct? If it's a red color, red reflection. It's a green color, red reflection, right? So very simple word. We have to just understand that. Thereafter, we work on that with the direction, proportion, you can say, the quantity, the quality, the light, everything is light. Then we calculate everything, then we expose, and then we capture the image. Clear? Anyway, so these are the camera which is basically understand that, and it understand the lights, but the camera has few type of sensor inside the camera which capture the light most probably, because we know if there is a camera, I'm just giving you a small example. This is the camera, and this is the lens. Everyone knows that. If I'm giving you the lens, I'm asking you to capture a photos. Is it possible? If I'm giving you the body and asking you to capture a photos, is it possible? Of course, no. Why? They are complementing each other, right? Without that, it's not possible, because this lens only magnify and purify your light, the quantity and the quality of light. Then it pass the light to your sensor. This is the sensor, this is the camera. We can see the sensor, and this sensor help you to capture, correct? And in this sensor also, there are a couple of type of sensor, like 1-inch sensor, a PEC sensor, and full frame sensor. This is a full frame sensor, which allow more light to capture. When the lens is like passing the lights to your sensor, this is allowing you more light to capture, and the light quality and quantity will be more. Then of course your image quality will be much better. All right. So, but in APEC, it has small sensor, little bit. You can say that's advanced processor, advanced sensor camera. We have couple of camera like 6100, 6400, 6700, and ZV-E10 Mark II. Most probably nowadays, a lot of photographers and filmmakers and even content creators are using this camera, because these cameras are very good in content creations. Because nowadays, a lot of people are into content creation. Maybe they are doing it for OTT platform. They are doing for some, YouTube, or like you can say maybe Instagram, Facebook, or some social media. So most probably nowadays they knows that uh, earlier they are used to use the mobile phone. So they used to use the mobile phone, but nowadays they knows that the limitation of the mobile phones, the cell phones, so they now upgrading their system, their setups to like the APEC category cameras. And these cameras are capable to shoot 4K videos in slow motions. These cameras are capable to shoot like photos on 21 megapixels, and the sensor size is bigger. Then of course the images quality are always bigger and the better. All right. So whatever provided by the cell phones, and you know that the cell phones images, it's only for your cell phone only. If you even posting it into the social media, the quality got dropped. So because of that, whenever you are planning for working with such kind of social media platform, or maybe doing it for your you can say some kind of professional work or semi-professional work, then you must have to be upgraded your cameras or your cell phone to these categories of camera. ZV-10 Mark II is nowadays very popular for content creations, and this camera might be helping you for some kind of special features for content creations when you required. These are some full frame camera, and these cameras are also categorized accordingly. Like if you are doing for low light, you can go for sensitivity camera. If you are going for a high resolution shots, like if you are working for some commercials or maybe billboards or some projects, then go for the resolutions. If you are going for wildlife, such like today's topics are like wildlife and conservation and ethics. So high-speed cameras are always required when we are talking about the wildlife or bird photography, or sometimes high-speed cameras are required for sports photography and journalism. So this is required. Why? Because the FPS are very high, and it help you out to capture each and every movement, because speeds sometimes makes a lot of matters. An all-rounder camera, which is basically a budget-friendly camera for all-rounders, those who are shooting, initially doing, any kind of work, like they are starting photography, they are basically the amateurs, they are the students or might be some photographer, those who are uh, just about to start, they can go for the all-rounder camera, which is like budget friendly, as well as a full frame category camera, where the sensor size is a little bit bigger. And as I discussed, few cameras like A1 Mark II, which is a very our flagship models in Sony flagship model, which is specially designed for wildlife and bird photography and sports photography, because the speeds matter, and this camera allow you 30 fps. And just passing through few slides because it's we have a lot of very small time. Yeah, there is another camera which is called 9.3. This camera is also known for speed. This camera allow you to shoot 120 fps, right? So when you are clicking one picture in 1 second, it will allow you 120 images, and it's very high. Whenever you are shooting for birds, like you are shooting some kites, some images, bird images, which is like the flying images or some kiting images, then of course this camera give you the best output, and each and every movement, each and every fly you can capture, and then you can decide that which one is better for you. Uh, and few more cameras which is available in the market, like this is our cinema lineup, where you may might knows that these are the these cameras are available, but we have starting, these are all camera which is basically starting from the PTZ camera, which is pen tilt and zoom camera, which is most probably using for the reality shows, celebrity shows, or might be some kind of sports, like you can see the spider cameras and all. Then FX3, FX30, FX2, and these are all cinema camera, which is called Venice and Burano, where maybe you may uh, experience the result of this camera in our Hollywood movies, Bollywood movies. A lot of movies are already shot on this camera, like Burano and Venice. So I'm just going through these are the cameras available with us. And the most important part is the lenses. All right. So we have line of lenses, which is like 79 type of lenses, where most probably we have 23 G master lenses, which is the best in the industry. Why? Because these lenses are starting from 10 mm till 600 mm, and few of the lenses are available here today. So you may try it later on when the show about to end. Then you can maybe come and you can try it, go through the hands-on experience we have carried for you. And like these are the lenses which is most probably used for different type of photography. So this is the mid zoom, which 150 allow you to shoot some kind of creative shots. This is a little bit of wide angle zoom lens, which is called 2870 on f2. Most probably, if you are going for street photography, if you are into any kind of uh, portrait photography in the street or travel photography, this is the lens which is help you much, because this is not so wide, not so tele, and the distortion level will be also controlled. So this is also again a good lens. Few lenses I have designed according to like anyone, everyone is photographer or might be interesting into photography. Just I have designed this slide basically for like, if you are into portrait photography, if you are into portrait videos, what kind of lenses you require. Because anyway, whatever camera you have or you knows, that's okay, but lenses are very important, and whatever result we get, it most probably get it through the lenses only, right? And this is landscape and street travels. So these are the lenses most probably you must be used whenever you get chance, or it's supposed to be in your kit. In wildlife, we have kept couple of lenses like 200, 600, 100, 400, most probably 70, 200 also you can use for some creative shots, and then 300 mm, 600 mm, 400 mm. So these are all kind of block lenses which is available with Sony. And according to your interest, level of interest, maybe you can go with the lenses. Like if you want to interest, if you have interest on 400, if you have interest on 600, then of course that is the lenses are available. But most probably the amateurs and the beginners, they are using 200, 600 or like 100, 400 kind of lenses, which is good because it's variable. And of course it allow you more flexibility. So yeah, that you can go. And recently we have launched another lens which is called 100, 400, 4.5. This is a very new lens, and maybe 2 days back only we have announced this lens. And this is one of the kind of lens which is known for wildlife and of course for bird photographers. There is another lens called 400 and 800. It allows you up to 800 mm focal length, mostly for bird photographers. Yeah, of course in wildlife, but bird photographers are mostly taking interest on this kind of lenses because they need more range and more focal length. And the complete lens range. Of course, it's so early for you, no doubt, but I'm just going through. Since we have variations of lenses and camera available in the market, and of course, it will be help you when you learn in different genre photography. Then, of course, you understand that what kind of lenses we need in what kind of genre. All right. So there is a small presentation from my side about the cameras and technology. What we have already introduced in the market, and the technology is evolving every days. Each and every days we have doing a lot of research. And nowadays, of course, you know that we have researched a new software which is giving the authenticity of the AI. Because nowadays, you know that in through the AI, a lot of images, in the market is coming, and might be you don't know that this is a fake or real images. But we have developed a couple of software where maybe if you are shooting with Sony cameras and putting in the social media, and then it automatically get detect that this is AI based images or it's a original authentic images. That's also help you in future to authenticate your images and your footage videos. All right. So any question about the cameras and lenses related to techniques, technology, and what is available in the market? Anyone? All right. So anyway, it's a small and short presentation, but the main presentation is coming by now the wildlife, the story behind the wildlife. So I will definitely hand over the mic to Mr. Jayant Gua. He's our Sony artisan, and he most probably work with wildlife. So Jayant will take you through the wildlife conservation and other projects. He will take you through. Thank you so much, everyone.
ऑन कर दिया ना हेलो हेलो hello. So hello everyone, and Sister Nivedita University for inviting me. So my name is Joyanta Guho, and I'm a wildlife photographer. I'm a wildlife photographer and mentor. So basically, I'm here today for discussing about the ethics and conservation related issue, like positive and negative in both way. So if I'm talking about my childhood, so in my dream, I was never wanted to be a wildlife photographer. So I started my journey as a IT professional, and then slowly I started street photography and then nature photography. In 2018, I bought my first DSLR and I started wildlife photography from there, from my local wetland. So, like here, if anyone wants to be a wildlife photographer, you don't have to like visit a national park, or you don't have to visit like sophisticated places to be a wildlife photographer. You can just start with your local places. So that's how I started. And if I talk about the journey of mentor and the conservationist in wildlife photography, so it started from 2020. So after 2 years, when I started wildlife photography, so then I started visiting different type of national parks, and I started understanding the behavior, that how the animal behaves and how birds behave. Because to be a wildlife photographer, first you have to be understand the behavior and their activity of the wildlife. Any wildlife, it could be a tiger, it could be a leopard, or any kind of birds. Or else you cannot take a photo, the perfect shot. Suppose you want to take a photo of a flying bird, so you need to understand when the bird's going to fly. So that's why you have to be in the forest. Now, in 2020, I got my first award for a rhino. It was from Kaziranga. And from then, I started mentoring, and slowly I left my IT job and I become a professional wildlife photographer and mentor. Now, today I am not here to tell you about the wildlife photography and how to take the photograph or the creative aspect of wildlife photography. I am here to give you the understanding why wildlife photography is important for us, like for the positive and the negative purpose of wildlife photography. We may think that if we take a photo, we are just taking the photo. But inner side. So when you are taking a photo, actually you are helping you are avoiding the local people who don't know about the species. So you are helping them. There are different type of way how wildlife photographer can help in conservation. So those are the things I am going to discuss here, and some ethics like what to do and what not to do. I will come one by one. So why wildlife photography matters? So there are three parts where wildlife photography create an impact in our nature. So the first is documentation. So when we record a species, suppose for an example, the snow leopard or red panda, or the documentary we are watching here, the shark, you know those species because someone have taken the photo of that species. So we are spreading the awareness. We are documenting the images. We are documenting the activities like Nat Geo, Discovery. We watch this from our childhood. And what we see, that is the documentation. Directly, there is no like a conservation point of view, but indirectly, when you know about a species, like for an example, the red panda expedition. We do red panda expedition, we go and see the red panda. But few years ago, let's say 30, 40 years ago, there was no one who was really aware of the red panda. The red panda population was decreasing because of the photographers, some conservational people, they started working on those places. They documented the species, even in snow leopard expedition, in Spiti, Ladakh. So in those places, they documented the species, and after that, they have started research on them. Then now the quantity of the red panda and the snow leopard is increasing, as well as we all know about the tiger. Tiger is our national animal. So there is a tiger project going on, and the number is increasing. So I will come to that point. So that is the documentation. Second is education. When we know about the species, then we can educate people how you can help a place. For an example, Mangalajori. Mangalajori, it used to be a poacher land. Like there was many migratory bird come to that place every year during winter from different countries. And those local people, they used to kill those birds and just to survive. But when a few number of photographers and conservationists, they visited that place and started recognizing those birds, that these birds are coming from that place, and they spread the awareness. They educated the local people that you should stop this so that you can earn from the tourist and the photographers. And that's how more birds are coming, and it become a like a international budding point. Every year, like many wildlife photographer during winter season from November to February, people visit that place. I visit that place every year, twice or thrice every year, to shoot the bird, migratory bird. So this is the impact we can create in as a education. Third is conservation. So conservation is that's the direct impact which we are making as a wildlife photographer. For an example, the image you see here, that is from Amboseli. So Amboseli now is become a best place to research on elephants. And these elephants, you see, these are super tusker. So there is difference between Asiatic elephant and the African elephant. But in African elephant, there are few families who are super tusker, whose tusks are so big. Okay, for an example, Craig. Craig is a super tusker. Now he's no more. He left us on this January. So he was 53 years old. So just to see that animal, people visit that place. It was most photographed elephant in the world. And he was so calm. So when you talk about the ethics, I will come to that point, but that elephant allow you to go close to him and take a good photographs even with wide angle lens. Like 16 generally we don't use for wildlife photography, but people used 16 10 to capture that elephant. Now how we can go very close to the elephant, because we know the behavior of that elephant, the Craig. I'm just giving you an example because researchers, they confirmed that he is that friendly. You can go close, but yeah, obviously with a proper guidance. There is always a guide. So these are the things. Like in conservation, you can there are policy makers. So when there are policy makers, they actually help the like they with policy, you an NGO, you can earn the money by maybe submitting some images. You can sell the image, and you can do the donation, and by doing that, you can earn the money. This is a direct impact while you are doing conservation for wildlife photography. Now, ethics in wildlife photography. Ethics means like it's not about your ethics, it's general ethics. Like there are some people who think that this is good, and some people they think that this is not good. I'm not talking about that ethics. Ethics is like when you are somewhere. For an example, I am in Spiti and I see a snow leopard. So, and it is very close to me. Now, what should I do? So, before taking the photo, first you have to understand that you are not disturbing the subject. Okay? So, when you ask yourself that should I press the button if there is any unusual behavior. See, there are many photographers, even me, we go for awards and competition recognition because see, when we get a good movement of a rare species, a rare movement of a rare species, I will be recognized very easily, right? But we have to ask ourselves that is it really worth taking the photo by harming or disturbing the animal? If the answer is no, or if you're not sure, then you should not take the photo. That's the main point. That is ethics. Now, there are more point on ethics. I am coming. So, what the first thing is that we should not harm any animal while taking the photo. So, in ethical point of view, the first point is the nest birding. Generally, when we start wildlife photography, we start with our local area. Sometimes we see a nest of a bird and we go. I heard many news. There are many news on social media and newspaper as well that there are abandoned nest because of wildlife photographer. Photographer visited that place and destroyed the nest. And it while destroy it not meaning they're destroying the nest, but basically maybe they have altered the nest. Maybe to get a good shot, they cut the branch. They moved the branch. See, when a bird create a nest, there are many reasons creating that nest. When we see a leaf in front of the nest and we are not getting the photo, that doesn't mean we have to cut the nest. Cut the leaf. The leaf is the barrier from the predator. So the any predator like a kites or any eagle cannot harm the nest or the eggs or the chicks. That's why they should feel secure and they create that nest in certain area so that which is not open. But many wildlife photographers who are not very aware and just to recognized on social media, they cut the nest and the surrounding area of the nest and get a good shot. And after 2 3 days, the mother stopped visiting that place, and obviously chicks all they are died. Okay, so we should not take the photo of nest, but in case, see, in case if you want to, there is a always a way. If you want to take a photograph of a nesting bird, you have to follow certain rules. For an example, first you have to maintain the distance. You cannot go very close and do not alter the nesting area or the materials. If you touch the nest, the mother of the chicks, it will abandon the nest. It will not return back on the same nest. So first use the long telephoto lens, make a good distance. Later you can crop it as well. You don't have to be very close. Second, you have to be hidden. You should not expose yourself in front of the bird. Okay. And obviously the stress signal, the stress signal means you will heard some alarm call when uh, there is a very common bird which is lapwing. So generally lapwing, they create the nest and they lay the egg on the just beside the road. So generally what happen when you go close to the road, you might not see the nest, but it will start giving the call. It's because the chicks is there or the egg is there. So that's why they are making the alarm call. That is the stress call. They are they are in tension. They are trying to say you go away. So when they will start the alarm call, you should move from that area. Okay. So other things you should not touch the nest and you should not move the branches. Should not leave the remove the leaves and do not use the alarm call. There is another point, that alarm call. Yes, this one. So to attract the bird, the local bird, generally people play the with their mobile. They use some box, even box. I have seen that people use box to play the alarm call to attract the bird. Suppose if there is a male bird, they play the song of female bird so that they can attract the male, which is completely illegal. If you are playing that song repeatedly, it will be a problem of territory because birds are very territorial. They will feel like there is another pair of bird is here, so we should move that place. Maybe next day you cannot see any birds. Second thing, the mating problem, like when you are playing the call of another gender, it will feel that there is a female, and when you are playing it repeatedly, they will they will recognize that okay, there is it's a false or artificial call. They also may move that place. So you should not play any repeated playback sound for to attract the bird. Third point is flash photography. Generally, in like studio photography, in fashion photography, we use flash. Even nowadays, like I have seen a lot of awards, and I also use flash. But there are some rules which you have to follow. You should not directly use the flash in front of the nocturnal animals or any kind of like it's not only bird, it's about the animal as well, like suppose fox, owls. You should not directly use the flash or torch light for photography. Either you can use the which you can use diffuser, you can use low intensity only if required, like it's not to harm the animal. But let's say if anyone doing a documentary for a conservation purpose, they need to take a photograph or a videograph of a fishing cat, which is nocturnal. So they have to use the flash or they have to use the torch. But what they use, they actually use the low intensity torch. For in night photography, sometimes while we are doing macro photography, for macro photography you need flash, but we always use the flash with diffuser with minimum intensity. And to spot the animal, the reptile like a frog or snakes, you have to use the torch, but that torch should be a red filter torch. You cannot use the high intensity torch. While you are using red filter torch, it will not harm that much, but it's better to avoid not using any flash or direct torch light on animals. So these are the photos. Like without flash, you cannot take this kind of photos because you see the photo was taken in like if you are aware of the shutter speed. This photo is taken with 1/2 seconds of shutter speed. Now, like if you have idea, then you might think that how you can freeze the subject with half a second. So that's where flash needed. If you want to show the motion and the freeze the subject at the same time, you have to use the flash. And this is a rear sync flash where you trigger the shutter and before closing the, you trigger the button, shutter button, and before closing the shutter, flash triggered. So first you see the motion where the flash is not triggered, where we are getting the source light, and at the end the flash was triggered and we captured the subject. But it was used in a control environment and it's an insect, and we have used the diffuser, not direct flash. Okay. Fourth point is no baiting. Baiting is basically nothing but to attract the animal. Suppose you want a photo of some very rare species and you know it comes in a certain place every day. Just to attract that animal, there are many people like many guides, not only in India, it's everywhere. They put some maybe meat, the food, anything it could be. If it's a bird, they put some like a small insect. If it's an animal, they put some raw meat to attract the animal. Now what happen when you do such kind of thing? First, you are actually disturbing their natural behavior. They will lose their natural hunting ability because they will when it's a popular place and the guide or who is the taking care of that place, he is doing it repeatedly, they will be habituated with this thing. They will stop hunting. They will be depending on us. And suppose in case you know tourists are there to see that animal, let's for an example for 1 month, after that it will be very difficult for them to hunt naturally. So when you are doing baiting, you have to be very cautious. You should not do baiting like for anything, because just to this was my first point. Like when you are pressing the shutter, you have to understand that either you should press the button or you should not. So here is the thing: you should not press your button, you should stop it. Like whenever you are saying something that someone is baiting and is very popular, you should raise your voice on it. Okay, what does tracing an animal means? See, it's not always like you will get the like a clear view what is happening over there, but there are some initial signals which you will get. First is repeatedly looking at you. For an example, suppose there is a very intimate movement of an animal, lion maybe, because I was there in Masai Mara. So when they are doing that thing and the vehicle was there, it was for very disturbing for them. Second, stop feeding, which I mentioned, they become alert. Suppose the tiger is sleeping and you push your vehicle very close to the tiger, immediately you will see it will wake up and it will staring at you. That means you are disturbing the tiger. Then alarm calling, that I have mentioned, that when you go very close to the subject, they start alarm calling. Generally alarm call we follow when we are in safari. We follow that alarm call to track the tiger or any big cats, because when like suppose a deer or langur, they see any big cats, they started making alarm call to spread the awareness to other animals that there is some danger, please be alert. So they can do the same thing when they feel that you are the danger. They will start making alarm call. Okay. Then like they will leave the perch and from the resting place, the bird leave the perch, and like for just for a one shot, you will like miss that bird for lifelong. It will not return on the same place. As I do wildlife photography safari almost like 300 days a year. So I am after this call, like this workshop, I am going for a safari. So as a photography mentor, we have to follow some ethical rules while doing the safari. So first, you have to follow the rules which is provided by that particular forest department. So you have to maintain that. There is no point denying those. If you do that, there are certain penalties and prisoner you have to face that problem. So the first is vehicle etiquette. Vehicle etiquette is nothing but like in a road, if there is a tiger or any big cats coming, you should not block the road. You should not block the view of other vehicle. That's the main etiquette. Suppose someone is taking the photo of an animal and you have to cross, you have to ask them, you have to take the permission, then you should move. You cannot block someone's view. Okay. Second, don't maintain the distance. Okay. So now maintain the distance means there should not be repeated vehicle on a same road. There could be an accident if the repeated vehicle going over there, because when you like suppose you get a news of tiger sighting and you are very excited, you start asking the driver, please move fast, and because of that reason there could be an accident. So you have to be calm, you have to maintain this distance while you are in the park. Never chase animal. Even in bird, not forget about the safari, even in your terrace, if you go to your rooftop and you will see a bird, if you start moving towards the bird, that bird will definitely go away. You have to be calm, you have to be uh, like steady. Maybe if he feel that I am safe, it will come close to you. You should not run after the bird or any animal, or else definitely it will go away. It could be an animal, it could be a bird, anything. Stay inside the vehicle, never go outside of the vehicle. That's the most important rule in wildlife photography. People do that, and they face the the imprisonment as well when you are going outside of the vehicle. If you found, you will be in jail. Then blocking movement, yeah, I just mentioned. And waste management. In wildlife national park, it's mentioned in some national park that you only take photo, but don't take anything from the forest. And in forest, you leave nothing but your memories. So you should not, like in nowadays, every in the gate when you are entering a park, they check your bags and everything. You should not go with any plastic wrappers or plastic bottles. And even in some parks, they banned the plastic bottles and the wrappers as well. So don't throw out anything from your vehicle. Like cigarette, but cigarette is actually not allowed in the park. And food wrappers, don't throw anything. And always avoid loud talking, music. And when you are in park, I haven't mentioned here, but you have to maintain the proper dress code. You are in the park, you should not wear the red, orange, those kind of colors. It actually disturb the animal. Okay, so you have to blend with the nature. So you have to maintain the dress code as well. Now, here's the point how wildlife photographers can help in conservation. First, I have mentioned that it's creating awareness that when you are taking a photo of an animal and you are spreading it on social media, people who are not aware of that animal, they don't, like some people, they cannot afford or they cannot go to the forest, they actually know about that particular species. Second, document rare species like red panda, snow leopard. You are documenting that species directly or indirectly, you are helping in conservation. Third, report illegal activities such as I told you that baiting, poaching, then habitat destruction, yeah. Then like whatever is unethical, like someone is playing the call, you saw that, and maybe directly you can stop him, or you can spread that news to the NGO. There are many NGO who some wild animal welfare. You can just go there and complain against them, people who are doing unethical things for wildlife photography. Then support local communities. So as I have mentioned, in Amboseli, when in Amboseli actually, people visit that place just to capture the Craig or other super tusker. And they are paying a lot of money. And that's how actually we are helping that local community economically. Even in Manglajori, we are visiting that place, we are taking photographs, and we are spreading over the internet. Many new people from new countries, they visit those places and help the local communities. Third is fundraising. Your work can be sell, and those money generally used for animal welfare. For an example, you know that Bantara by Mukesh Ambani. So it's one of the example that he is doing it personally. But there are other NGO as well, like a WWF is there, Nature in Focus. So there are many community who are raising fund. Also, you can help them. You can directly contact them that I want to contribute my these images, and you can sell them, and whatever money you will get, you can just use it for welfare. So that is the fundraising. So these are the 5 ways how, as a wildlife photographer, you can help in conservation. Now let me show you some case study which actually happened. I have mentioned Manglajori, that it was a poaching land, and now the people who were the poacher who actually killed the bird, now they are the ones who are saving the birds. I have seen 2 years ago, there was one person, like he's from other place. He came and poached a radishell duck, and he was selling that bird just for 100 rupees. And one of our guides, he was there, and somehow he found it, and he was the person who stopped him to doing that. Obviously, that person was in jail, but now when people heard that news that yeah, actually it's happening, then other poachers they also stopped doing this. Now in Manglajori, it's there are two type of people who helped to make this possible. First is the people in those place, the government and the photographers who are actually taking the photo and spreading over the internet. Second case study is Kaziranga. So one-horned rhino, Kaziranga is the main place where you will see more than 3,000. Your number is not here. It's more than 3,600 rhino is over there. After 2020, there was not a single news of poaching. How? They built the anti-poaching camp. There are many anti-poaching patrolling going on all over the day, and they have a strict rule that if they find anyone in the forest, they have the right to shoot at sight. So, and they are all with the gun, automated gun. Because before 2020, there was many news of poaching the rhino because of the horn. And the interesting thing is, in 2022 or 23, they burnt around 2,700 rhino horn in front of everyone, and it was a big news. Is just to spreading the awareness that there is no value of rhino horn. It's just a keratin, just like our hair. And they built the skeleton of a rhino by using those burn horn, the ash. So that's how they are spreading the news that you should stop the rhino poaching. And in last 6 years, there is not a single case of rhino poaching. That's how you can help in wildlife photography. Tiger recovery in India. You all know that there is a project going on, the Tiger project. Okay, so in 2006, there was only 1,400 tiger. The number was decreasing. After government and many welfare community, NGO, they took the decision and they started a tiger project. The name of this project is called Tiger Project. Because of that project, now we have around 3,600 tigers we have. So, like, how you can help it? It's not only for this one is long-term conservation. Now people just visit India to take a tiger. I have many students, many guests from outside of India. They come to visit India. They come, stay here for 4 or 5 days, and they don't see anything. They just come here to see the tiger. So that's how, like, people know that if you have to see the tiger, India is the best place where you can come and see the tiger. So that's how conservation works. This is in Uganda, the mountain gorilla. So this, I haven't been this place, and these images are not mine. It's from the stock, Adobe stock. So in 1981, there are only 250 mountain gorilla. Now the number is increasing. I think it's around 1,000 or something. Okay. So how the number is increasing? First, the problem was habitat loss, and there was no proper take care of those gorillas. But now, if you have to visit that place to see a gorilla, per hour you have to pay $1,500, and that's how they are raising the fund, and they are putting those money to help this environment. So directly or indirectly, they are using the money of photographers and the tourists to help this gorilla, mountain gorilla. So there are many ways you can actually save animals. Amboseli, I just talked about. Now, last but not the least, AI and our photography. So, there are many rumors that AI may take over the photography because you can generate any image. You have to give the prompt, and it will create the image. But the problem is, you cannot create the emotion in AI. First, when you are a wildlife photographer or even as a tourist, you are visiting that place, you are experiencing that moment. I always tell my people, while we are going for red panda expedition or snow leopard expedition, it's not about taking the photo. Obviously, like if you go there and stay for 10-15 days, you will see a glimpse and you can take a photo. But the main thing is the experience, the adventure that you can you cannot enjoy unless you visit that place. You cannot realize that what is the difference between taking a photo and living that moment. Because when you are going there, that environment, the journey, because it's not very easy to be there. Like for even for that gorilla, it's almost 1 and 2 hour journey. You have to pass through a very difficult terrain to spot that snow leopard, red panda, or even the mountain gorilla, Pallas cat. There are rare species. You have to be there to understand the importance of this. So maybe in AI you can generate the photo, but you cannot experience the photo. So that's all for me. So for me, wildlife photography is just it's not about the taking the photograph. It's a bridge between like animal and the people who cannot experience that moment in real by visiting the forest. We as a wildlife photographer, we can make that bridge and show them what through our lens whatever we are experiencing, and that's our main motto. And to take that photo, you should not break the ethics, and you should also follow the conservation point of view. So thank you everyone, that's all for me.
That was an education in the truest sense of the word.
Two workshops, two completely different photographers, two completely different approaches to the same wild, beautiful, unpredictable world. And both of them gave us something real today, something we will carry into every photograph we take from this point onward.
That is the thing about photography, isn't it? There is no single correct way to do it. There is only your way, developed slowly, through patience, through failure, through 1,000 frames that didn't work before the one that finally did.
Join sir and Saroj sir, on behalf of everyone here, please accept our deepest gratitude for being with us today and for sharing your craft so generously. So please, can we have one final round of applause for both of them? As we now move on to the next segment of our program, we would like to take a moment to acknowledge someone whose contribution has been truly invaluable. Every successful event has people whose efforts are visible, and then there are those whose effects quietly shape every detail behind the scenes.
Today's event is a result of months of planning, coordination, dedication, and unwavering commitment. And at the center of that effort stands someone whose guidance has been instrumental throughout this journey.
Today's event is the result of months of planning, coordination, dedication, and unwavering commitment.
It is therefore our honor and privilege to invite our wonderful mentor, Miss Neha Paul ma'am, to share a few words with us.
হ্যাঁ একদম ফিউ ওয়ার্ডসই বলবো। হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আমি জানি তোমরা সবাই প্রচণ্ড পরিমাণে টায়ার্ড। সকাল 11টা থেকে কনস্ট্যান্টলি এই ওয়ার্কশপে প্যানেলে সব কিছুতে আছো। বাট আই হোপ যে তোমরা যারা ফটোগ্রাফার ইনথুজিয়াস্ট তাদের খুব পছন্দ হয়েছে অ্যান্ড তোমরা খুব ভালো লেগেছে আই গেস। অ্যান্ড আরেকটা জিনিস তোমাদেরকে একটু বলার জন্য আমি এই স্টেজে এখন উঠলাম, সেটা হচ্ছে তোমরা যারা ফটোগ্রাফি কম্পিটিশানে পার্টিসিপেট করেছিলে তাদের ম্যাক্সিমাম কম্পিটিশান পার্টিসিপেশনে কিন্তু ক্যাটাগরি ছবির সাথে মেলেনি। আমরা পারলে সেটা ডিসকোয়ালিফাই করতে পারতাম, বাট আমরা করিনি, কারণ তোমরা অনেক কষ্ট করে ছবি তুলেছো, দিয়ে সাবমিট করেছো, বাট তোমাদের একটু কিছু জিনিসে মিস্টেক হয়েছে। ফর এক্সাম্পল, কলেজে ক্যাটাগরি ছিল কোএক্সিস্টেন্ট অ্যান্ড নেচার রিলায়েন্স, সেটার সাথে একটা শুধু ফুল কিংবা একটা শুধু গাছের ছবি যায় না। এই জিনিসটা তোমাদেরকে বুঝতে হবে। অ্যান্ড অ্যাজ ওয়েল অ্যাজ স্কুল যারা আছে স্কুল ক্যাটাগরি, তাদের টপিক ছিল আরবান অ্যানিমেল, কিন্তু সেখানে কিছুজন কুমিরের ছবি দিয়েছো। কুমির আরবান অ্যানিমেলের সাথে যায় না। তো এরকম কিছু মাইনর মিস্টেকস হয়েছে, সেইটার জন্য আমি একজনেরও তোমাদের চাইনি যে তোমাদের কোনো রকম কোনো এফর্ট নষ্ট হোক। তাই সব কটা ছবি এক্সিবিশনে লাগানো হয়েছে, প্রত্যেকটা ছবি আমরা ভিউ করেছি, জাজেসরা দেখেছে, দেখে দেন আমরা উইনার সিলেক্ট করেছি অ্যাকর্ডিং টু দ্য ক্যাটাগরিজ অফ দিস কম্পিটিশন। সো মন খারাপ করার জন্য কিছু নেই। ইন ফিউচার তোমরা আরও শিখতে পারবে, জানতে পারবে। অলসো তোমরা যারা রেজিস্ট্রেশন করেছো, তোমাদের রেজিস্ট্রেশন ফর্মের মধ্যে একটা হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ চ্যানেল দেওয়া আছে অ্যাপাচার অ্যালকেমিস্টের। তোমাদের যদি কোনো রকম কোনো ইনকোয়ারি থাকে অ্যাবাউট ইয়োর ফটোগ্রাফ, অ্যাবাউট ইয়োর ক্লাসেস, যে তোমার এই ক্যাটাগরির সাথে তোমার ছবি আদেও মিলছে কি না, ইউ ক্যান রিচ আস। আমরা তোমাদেরকে গাইড করার জন্য আছি। সো অল দ্য বেস্ট ফর ইয়োর ফিউচার, অ্যান্ড আশা করি তোমরা এরকম করে আরও ছবি তোলো, আরও এগিয়ে যাও, আর অন্যদেরকে ইন্সপায়ার করো। থ্যাংক ইউ।
And now we arrive at the moment many participants have been eagerly waiting for, the results of the wildlife photography competition.
Hello. To present the awards, we request Mr. Joyanto Guho, Mr. Saroj Kumar Dora, Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, Pro Chancellor and Central Academic Leader in Techno India Group, Shoikot Maiti, Director and Advisor of IIC SNU, Ramaranjan Bhattacharya, President at IIC, Sneha Paul, Mentor of Aperture Alchemist and Executive Industry Relations, Rajshekhar Aij, Member of CCSTR and Professor of Psychology at Sister Nivedita University, Rajdeep De, Student Coordinator in IIC and HOD in the Department of Chemistry, to kindly join us on stage. Hello. Okay, we are very sorry for the delay. We are waiting for our Pro Chancellor, sir. One more thing, those who have registered but not yet received your registration kit, our volunteers will guide your way and you will get your registration kit before you go home. Thank you.
হ্যালো হ্যালো একটা জাস্ট টাইম পাস, হ্যাঁ 5 মিনিট যতক্ষণ না স্যার আসছেন। আজকের অনুষ্ঠানে তোমরা কি শিখলে? কিছু শিখেছো? অনেককে দেখছিলাম যে পেছনে বসে বসে মানে ঢুলছে আর কি, আমিও একটু ঢুলেছি। না অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমার একটা মানে আমাদের একটা সেশন ছিল যেটা হয়নি, তো তার মাঝখানে আমার একটা তোমাদের জিজ্ঞেস করার ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এনভায়রনমেন্ট ক্লাইমেট করে তো অনেকে অনেক কিছু বলে, তোমরা নিজেরা কিছু প্র্যাকটিস করো বাড়িতে এনভায়রনমেন্ট বা ক্লাইমেটে সচেতনতা নিয়ে? করো কি? মানে আমরা জেনারেলি বলি যে ও করবে, ও করবে, হ্যাঁ আইসল্যান্ডের লোক এসে করবে, হ্যাঁ জাপানের লোক করবে, মানে আমরা কতটা করি? হ্যাঁ, এটা কিন্তু সত্যি একটা ভাববার জিনিস, জানো তো। যে আমরা তো সবসময় বলি যে করা উচিত রেজলিউশন বানানো হয়, পলিসি বানানো হয়, কিন্তু সেরকমভাবে আমরা কিছু করি না। যাই হোক, স্যার এসে গেছেন, একটু ভেবো, হ্যাঁ, যে আমরা কতটা কি করি। ঠিক আছে, থ্যাংক ইউ।
We would also like to invite Mr. Shubir Rokhit, CFO of SNU, to the stage. Okay, we will be starting with the school category. In the third place, we have a joint winner. The first winner is Riddhit Shaha from St. Stephen's School. And the other one is Shagnik Shorkar from Indira Gandhi Memorial High School. The second place goes to Ritoja Dash from South Point High School. And the first place winner of the wildlife photography competition is Ornisha Mondol from TIGP Durgapur.
Now, for the college category. In the third place, Snehadri Chakraborty, Techno India University. In the second place, Tiyasha Mondol from Techno India University. And the first place winner of the wildlife photography competition is Himadri Shah from Sister Nivedita University. A special thanks to Maitri, our gifting performer, for graciously sponsoring the gifts for our female winners. Their thoughtful gesture, for sure, adds an extra touch of pay to today's celebration. Congratulations to all three of our winners. Your photographs topped people. That is the highest praise any image can receive. Also, we would like to give our gratitude to our Pro Chancellor Sir. I would like to request our Pro Chancellor Sir, as we would like to give you as token of gratitude for your constant and immense support towards our student of Aperture Alchemist and IIC.
We would like to call Shashwata Ghosh and Debanjana for felicitation.
Now to the winners, we fully expect those certificates to be framed and ideally so will your photographs. As we approach the conclusion of today's program, we would now like to invite someone whose support and encouragement have been invaluable throughout this initiative.
May we please request Mr. Shoikat Maiti sir to kindly come forward and deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected Chancellor Sir, respected Pro-Chancellor and Central Academic Leader, respected Vice Chancellor, respected Pro-Vice Chancellor Academics, respected Pro-Vice Chancellor Administration, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, faculty members, researchers, students, member of the institution's Innovation Council, member of the Center for Climate Sustainability and Transdisciplinary Research, members of Aperture Alchemist, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very good evening to all. As the advisor of the institution's Innovation Council, Sister Nivedita University, it is both an honor and privilege for me to propose the vote of thanks on this memorable occasion of bridging the classroom and forests, protecting environment, wildlife conservation through photography. Today, the event has a beautiful demonstrated how the education, innovation, environmental consensus, sustainability, media, and photography can come together to create a meaningful social impact. The insightful discussions through provoking workshops, engaging panels, discussions, documentary settings, hands-on photography sessions have enriched all the participants and strengthened our collective commitment towards environmental stewardship and wildlife conservation. As our outset, I express my deepest gratitude to our Honorable Chancellor, Sir, for his visionary leadership and unwavering support towards promoting interdisciplinary learning, sustainability initiatives, and innovation-driven educations at Sister Nivedita University. His inspiring welcome address set the perfect tone for today's program. I extend my sincere thanks to our respected Pro-Chancellor, Sir, and Central Academic Leader, TIGSRC Initiative Universities, for his encouraging words and continuous efforts for fostering academic excellence, research culture, and social responsibility among students and faculty members. I would also like to express the heartfelt gratitude to our respected Vice Chancellor, whose guidance and commitment continue to strengthen the academic ecosystem, though he is not present today. But the motivational part of the university and the other part has already been given for his encouragement towards the innovative and socially relevant initiatives motivate us to undertake impactful programs such as this. My sincere appreciation goes to our respected Vice Chancellor Academics, and a special note gratitude goes to His Excellency Mr. Benedict Håkansson, Ambassador of Iceland to India, for gracious joining us, sharing the valuable insights, the key areas cooperation between Iceland and India. His address providing a global perspective on sustainability, environmental protection, and international collaboration. We are immensely grateful to Dr. Jayanta Basu, renowned environment and climate journalist, academic and United Nations accreditation experts, for sharing his experience and expertise on media coverage of environmental and climate issues. His success highlighted the critical role of responsible journalism in the address of climate changes. Our sincere thanks to Mr. Krishnendu Banerjee, the environment journalist and columnist at the Times of India, for providing the practical insights into the environmental reporting and creating awareness impactful through the communication. I extend heartfelt appreciation to Prof. Dr. Rajsekhar Ice, whose dedication, transdisciplinary research, environmental advocacy, the wildlife conservation significantly enriched today's program. We thank for his introduction, guiding classrooms for forest initiative, moderating the panel discussion, delivering inspiring address, and presenting through provoking documentary as Indecent Skin. I also extend my sincere gratitude to Ms. Sangeeta Sen, Founder Director of Bharatiya Solution Private Limited, and Professor Dr. Ramaranjan Bhattacharya, Dean of Research and Development and President of Institutions Innovation Council at Sister Nivedita University, for their valuable contribution during the panel discussion on the sustainable development initiatives for West Bengal. Our heartfelt thanks to Mr. Jayanta Guha, distinguished wildlife photographer, for conducting and engaging the workshop on the wildlife conservation through photographing and inspiring participants to use the visual storytelling as a tool for environmental protection. We are equally grateful to Saroj Kumar Dora for conducting hands-on photography learning sessions, sharing practical techniques, enriching the learning experience for all the participants. I would like to place the record to our sincere appreciation to the wonderful masters of ceremony, Mr. Biplab Ganguly and Ms. Oindrila Mukherjee, whose professionalism, enthusiasm, and seamless coordination ensures the smooth flow of inauguration of the session. Their engaging presentation of effective in management, producing the significant contribution to the success of the program. I would like to thank Mr. Ranjit Bhomik, members of the Institute Innovation Council, Professor Dr. Rajshekhar Ais, the presenting CCSTR, similarly for serving the moderator and host during the technical and thermal sessions for the program. His insightful facilitation throughout the moderation discussion and extends coordination, helping the maintaining the spirit objective of the event throughout the day. My special appreciation goes to Aperture Alchemist, the School of Lifelong Learning, Center for Climate Sustainability and Transdisciplinary Research, CCSTR, for collaborative organizing the unique transdisciplinary event. I would like to acknowledge the tremendous support of Alchemist team, faculty coordinators, student volunteers, technical team, registration team, food and hospitality team, stall coordinators, backstage management, media support team, every individual who are worked tirelessly behind the scene to ensure the smooth execution of this program. A special thanks and appreciation goes to Mr. Ranjit Bhomik and the student volunteers for efficiently managing food and hospitality arrangements. Dr. Saurabh Ghosh, Vice President, SNU IIC, Mr. Saptorshi Das, convener of SNU IIC, for overall program monitoring. Professor Orgonath Bhattacharya for registration team for welcoming the assisting all the participants. Professor Payal Mitro, Ms. Sneha Pal, Sukarna Mukherjee, and the backstage team for their seamless coordination and mature planning through the event. Dr. Rajdeep Dey and the student volunteers for successful managing the exhibition stalls and the participants' engaging environment. I also congratulate to competition participants, winners, those who are enthusiasm, having the creativity made today's event more vibrant and meaningful. Finally, I extend my heartfelt thanks to every faculty member, researcher, student, photographer, environment enthusiast, media representatives, and guest presence here today. Your active participant transformed this program into a true celebration of learning, innovation, and environmental awareness and wildlife conservation. Let us carry forward the spirit of today's event by continuing the bridging the classroom, forecasting, and knowledge and action, innovation, sustainability for greener, safer, and more sustainable future. Thank you all for your presence, support, and valuable contributions. Wishing everyone a safe journey home and continued success in your future endeavors. This is Shoikat Maiti, and the program is powered by Aperture Alchemist, where your vision becomes the reality. Thank you.
I would also like to request our Shubirokit, CF of SNU, as we would like to give you a token of gratitude for your constant and immense support towards our students of Aperture Alchemist and IIC. Also, a sincere thank you to Shulogna Dey for promoting and supporting our event. We truly appreciate your support. Now I would like to call you on stage. Can we have a round of applause for her? I would also like to call Payal ma'am and Sneha ma'am for felicitating her.
Behind every memorable event, there are individuals who quietly turn ideas into reality. Their leadership, perseverance, and hard work have made today's event successful. With immense gratitude, we would like to call a few people. I would like to call Sneha Paul ma'am to take out the names.
Mr. Kingshuk Mitro, President of Aperture Alchemist. Ankon Mukherjee, Vice President of Aperture Alchemist. Rajdeep Dotto, Graphics Lead of Aperture Alchemist. Gaurav Das, Creative Lead of Aperture Alchemist. Adrija Ghoshal, Social Media Lead. Soumodip Das, Video Editing Lead. SK Afif Hassan, Content Lead. And Student IIC Representative Lead, Mr. Debanjan Dotto. And I would like to request everyone to come on the stage for the group photograph.
Everyone, please come up to the stage for the group photograph.
Sir, Jayanto sir, Manos sir from Sony, I would like to invite you on the stage for the group photograph.